writing a diary to vent, and let Iron Man see it. This video is purely for entertainment, and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting, and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, The Civil War Ends. The Avengers Split. 4th update. 1100 more updates. Odin's words were soon verified. Because of an accident, Vision knocked War Machine Rhodes down from the sky with one blow. Neither Falcon Sam nor Tony Stark could catch up. They could only watch him fall from the sky. Tony Stark looked at War Machine Rhodes helplessly, put a finger on his chest, and said, "Detect vital signs. Heartbeat detected. Medical emergency is on the way." Friday's voice came. At this time, Falcon Sam came late. Vision's blow just now was intended to hit him, but he didn't hit him, but hit War Machine instead. He looked very ugly and shocked. "I'm sorry." Falcon Sam just finished speaking, and he was blown away by a cannon shot by Tony Stark in anger. Then Vision came in a hurry. Tony Stark was looking at the mess in front of him with a helpless look on his face. In the distance, Captain America Rogers and Winter Soldier Bucky left. In the end, it ended with such an ending. War Machine Rhodes' life and death were unknown. The scene changed, and the Quinjet was on its way to Siberia. Inside the plane, Bucky the Winter Soldier asked, "What will happen to your friend?" Captain America Rogers sighed, and said with a bit of tears, "No matter what happens, I will face it. I don't know if I deserve this, Steve." Bucky the Winter Soldier sighed, and said in a trance, "What you did in those years, it's not your fault. You have no choice." Captain America Rogers looked at Bucky the Winter Soldier behind him and said, "I know, but it was me who did it after all." Bucky the Winter Soldier said helplessly. The scene changed again, and it was a scene of War Machine Rhodes doing a CORD scan. Tony Stark, who was outside the screen, was relieved to see that his friend survived. Although he knew that this was in another timeline, this was a future thing, and it could be changed, but when he saw this scene, he was still very distressed. Especially when Rhodes' nose was bleeding just now, and he was motionless. He was really scared. Outside the courtroom, Tony Stark looked at Vision and said, "How could this happen? I was distracted." Vision said helplessly, "I thought that kind of thing was impossible." Tony Stark said helplessly, "I thought it was impossible." Vision looked at Tony Stark and replied. Not far away, Black Widow Natasha found Tony Stark. The two came to a secluded place. The doctor said that his L1 to S4 were comminuted fractures. Tony Stark said, "The spine is highly torn, which will probably cause a certain degree of paralysis. Steve will not stop. If you don't stop either, then Rhodes' condition is still light." Black Widow Natasha said. Hearing this, Tony Stark laughed angrily and said, "You let them go, Nata. We did the wrong thing." Black Widow Natasha said, "We." Tony Stark sneered and couldn't help but become yin and yang. "Oh my god, it must be hard to change a double agent. It's ingrained in my bones." Hearing this, Natasha's face moved slightly. Obviously, this touched on her sad past in the Red Room. As a Russian, how could she choose to work for the Americans if she was not desperate? That was the past she didn't want to recall at all. "Can't you put down your arrogance, even for a moment?" said the Black Widow speechlessly. Hearing this, Tony Stark took a deep breath, and finally couldn't be cruel enough to target his former teammate. He said, "Chala told Ross what you did, and they are coming to arrest you. It's not us who need to be careful." Natasha heard this, reminded him, and then left. At this time, Tony Stark's smartwatch projected new information, and Tony Stark asked, "What is this?" Friday. Berlin police upload information first. Friday replied. After reading the message, Tony Stark immediately realized that something was wrong and said, "Start the helicopter." But the scene changed and jumped to a prison. The superheroes who had helped Captain America Rogers were now imprisoned, and the recording of Captain America Rogers was slowly played. "Tony, I'm glad you're back at the base. I don't want you to hang around in the mansion alone. We all need family. The Avengers belong to you more than to me. I've been alone since I was 18. I've never really fit in anywhere, even in the army. I think I trust people, individuals. I'm glad that most of the time, they didn't let me down, so I can't let them down. The locks can be changed, but maybe they shouldn't be changed. As the scene changed, the prison guards had fainted in the picture, as if hinting at something. I know I hurt you, Tony. I thought I didn't tell you about your parents, because I cared about your feelings, but now I understand that I was only caring about myself. I'm sorry, and I hope you can understand one day. I also hope that we can reach an agreement on the agreement. Really, I know you are just doing what you believe in, and we can only do this, and we should do this. Priority call from Secretary of State Ross. Tony Stark heard the phone prompt sound. The prison on the isolated island was robbed. Okay, pick it up. Tony Stark said. Tony, we are in trouble. Ross's voice came, asking for support. But Tony Stark interrupted him, ignored him, and hung up on the spot. So no matter what, I promise that, if you need us, if you need me, I will go. The screen went black at this point, and everyone saw this. The atmosphere was already very solemn. There is no doubt that this video reveals too many things. The arrival of those new superheroes is actually only a small part. There is more of a conflict of ideas between them. The Avengers have been known as the three giants so far, but the combat power is mainly based on Hulk and Thor, and the actual spiritual leaders are Captain America Rogers and Tony Stark. Others do not have the ability to easily split the Avengers. But these two people actually had such a conflict. Even if their conflict was controllable at the beginning, they could explain to each other and cover each other. Then when War Machine Rhodes was shot down and even paralyzed, then there was not much chance of recovery. Because the nature of the war has escalated, it is no longer just a contradiction between the two in terms of ideology. Many times, the escalation of the war is due to this reason. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. Although the whole process was thrilling, with people shaking and fighting, the final result did not seem to have reached an unacceptable level. Although War Machine was crippled, the relationship between Tony Stark and Captain America Rogers did not seem to be over. Because although the two sides broke up, and it seemed that this breakup would last for a long time, Tony Stark ignored Secretary Ross's request for help. This shows that Tony Stark finally forgave Captain America Rogers and did not investigate further. In other words, the conflict between the two was deep, but not enough to make the two sides mortal enemies. It means that there is still hope and there is still a chance. But the atmosphere on the scene was still very silent. Tony, I don't know what to say. At this time, Captain America Rogers spoke first. But I think your friend's incident was an accident. Really just an accident. Of course it was just an accident, otherwise what else could it be? Deliberate? Tony Stark said with a bit of a sneer. Watching his good friend being shot down from the sky, although it was an accident, although it was from another timeline, although it had not happened yet, it still made him very angry. This also gave him an idea that he must install a parachute in the armor in the future, just for this kind of thing. If it is needed, it may be saving lives. I think this is what everyone doesn't want, especially since this is just a future event on another timeline. It hasn't happened yet, and we still have enough time to change it. At this time, Black Widow Natasha spoke up. Yes, no one wants it, but you still betrayed me, Natasha. I trust you very much. Is our friendship so much worse than Captain America's? Tony Stark said, suppressing his anger. Although he knew that this was not right, he knew that what they said made sense, and he knew that it was not right to blame them rationally. Because from what was revealed in the video, they might be right. The doctor who awakened Bucky Barnes as the Winter Soldier and asked him to go on a killing spree was the mastermind behind the scenes. And why did he go to such lengths to frame Bucky the Winter Soldier? Obviously, he knew the relationship between Bucky the Winter Soldier and Captain America Rogers. That is, he had the intention of instigating. It was for this scene of the Avengers Civil War. If they were completely divided and completely involved in a civil war, then it would be completely what the other party wanted and let the other party succeed completely. Intellectually, this is an acceptable analysis, but emotionally, it is not. Not only was his good friend Colonel Rhodes shot down from the sky, and he might have to spend the rest of his life paralyzed. More importantly, he was betrayed. Although he knew that he could not compare with Captain America Rogers in the hearts of Hawkeye Barton and Black Widow, he was still heartbroken. Chapter 152, Surprise. Vision as Jarvis? If it was Hawkeye Barton, who stood directly on the opposite side, he would feel better. But Black Widow Natasha stood on his side on the surface, but in fact she was not on his side at all, which was really uncomfortable. In short, he felt betrayed by the people he trusted. But fortunately, nothing has happened yet, and everything is still in time, isn't it? At this time, Nick Fury spoke up. He comforted Tony Stark. Tony Stark also calmed down a little, because he was not standing on the commanding heights in this matter. This matter was his misjudgment, and the doctor really had a problem. But what is it talking about here? My parents? What's the problem with my parents? Tony Stark asked. Everyone shook their heads. They had heard about Tony Stark's parents, who died in a car accident that year. But now it seems that there is something else different. Tony Stark looked at Captain America Rogers, who shook his head and said, "How can I know? I've been sealed for 70 years. Everyone thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. How could he know something? He had been sealed for 70 years. Even Tony Stark felt that he was a little sensitive. And that agreement. It seems that all the problems come from that agreement, but does anyone know what that agreement is?" Bruce Banner said, "I guess it should be used to restrict the actions of superheroes." Tony Stark thought for a while and then said, "I think a series of things happened later, and those official people wanted to control us. I think you should know this best in S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, what was the original intention of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I think you should know." Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. nodded. After saying this, they immediately understood. Indeed, the reason why S.H.I.E.L.D. was established was actually to deal with various supernatural events. If it was just for scientific research, or just a simple spy intelligence organization, there would be no need for it to exist at all. Because each country has its own intelligence organization. The reason why the 5 major countries joined forces to establish S.H.I.E.L.D. is that many supernatural events are spread all over the world, not just a single country. Later, it gradually evolved into the S.H.I.E.L.D. of the United States, but that is another story. Indeed, if it is according to the official idea, they can't not restrain it. Nick Fury said. Not to mention that the official is worried. Even he himself is not at ease with so many superheroes wandering outside the system. Especially when these superheroes still have strength that ordinary people can't imagine. It's even more so. The Civil War of the Avengers just now has already explained why these superheroes need to be controlled. Because their strength is too strong, and the damage that any one of them can do is far beyond that of ordinary special operations teams. But I don't think this is a good idea, Captain Rogers said. We are not criminals. This kind of treatment is like treating criminals. But Captain, many times, we can't do what we want. At this time, Bruce Banner said, "You are all normal people, and you may not feel too deeply, but the Hulk in my body is a completely unstable factor. Once he explodes, the consequences will be disastrous. If no one stops him, he can easily demolish this block. Maybe it's not a bad thing to have official people watching." Everyone was silent. Just now, the ideas within the Avengers have begun to diverge. Captain America Rogers absolutely does not accept others' monitoring of him. He thinks this is a betrayal of the spirit of freedom. Bruce Banner agreed to supervision because of Hulk's riot. But Tony Stark actually agreed with Captain America Rogers more at this time, but he just had a quarrel, and his self-esteem did not allow him to agree with Captain America Rogers. For a while, the atmosphere was extremely dull, and everyone didn't know what to say for a while. After waiting for a while, everyone saw that there seemed to be no follow-up, so they dispersed. But this time, everyone's mood was undoubtedly very heavy. The Avengers had a civil war, split, and finally involved the war machine being paralyzed. Such a result is not tragic. They never thought that there would be a civil war, and it would be like this. The doubts in everyone's hearts deepened. Is it just because of the agreement? After the video conference, Tony Stark said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, the voice of that vision is so much like you, and the artificial intelligence I used in the end was not you, but the backup Friday. Do you think it is possible that the vision is you?" "Sir, after comparing the voice prints, we found that they are consistent, so vision is likely to be me with a body in the future." Jarvis replied, "You with a body? So, in the future, I made you into a robot, so I replaced the artificial intelligence with Friday. That seems to make sense." Tony Stark touched his chin and said, with his personality, of course, he would not prepare only one copy of something. In fact, he prepared several backups of artificial intelligence, each with different focuses. Although these artificial intelligences seem to be omnipotent, they are good at different things because of the different programs they set up in advance. The one that is used best and evolved the fastest is actually Jarvis. The others are just backups and have not been truly activated, so they are very primitive and cannot compare with Jarvis, who is almost as smart as a real person. Except that they cannot violate the underlying code. The others are almost the same as real people. In the previous video, did the little guy, Peter Parker, tell Friday to order a drone to kill the mysterious man? Tony Stark asked. He remembered the content of the video he saw last time and said immediately, "Yes, sir, there is such a part." Jarvis said. "That makes sense. The Vision is actually Jarvis. Because Jarvis became Vision, this artificial intelligence was replaced by Friday, but it's not quite right." Tony Stark touched his chin. He always felt something was wrong. If Jarvis's AI is to be used as the core program of the robot, there is no need to cancel Jarvis at all. In fact, you can copy a copy and use the same program for both. Anyway, it's nothing more than adding a server. Does it matter to him? Things that can be solved with money are not a problem. He can even build a data city specifically for Jarvis. Money is just a number. After all, it's just a program, not a real person, so there is no need to use Friday. A primitive artificial intelligence cannot become Jarvis without a long period of learning and training. And he is used to using Jarvis. Now he has to change to another one, which is a bit uncomfortable. It's almost like a real butler. But to be honest, it seems good to have a physical Jarvis. But the question is, can this Vision's ability really be achieved by science? Tony Stark thought of Vision's ability and felt it was outrageous. For example, he can fly without any other assistance. At present, he has only seen Lin Feng have this ability. Others, even Thor, the god of thunder, don't have it. The demigod Wonder Woman Diana also needs the help of the thing called the lasso of truth to fly in the air. Then there is the ability to switch between reality and illusion, making all Hawkeye's attacks miss. Is that a technology he can develop? It's not that he is self-deprecating. It's not scientific at all. Okay. If he really has that ability, why doesn't he use it on his armor? Why didn't he use it when fighting Thanos? So there must be something he doesn't know. Maybe it's magic. That's right. When you are in doubt, just treat it as magic. This makes it much easier to explain. There have been too many strange things about magic recently, which makes Tony Stark always think about it. After thinking about it, he still has no clue, and then Tony Stark said, "Jarvis, help me collect all the media reports about my parents' accidents at that time. I always feel that there may be something I don't know about it." "Okay, sir," Jarvis replied. Gwen finished reading this diary with a complicated expression. The Avengers had a civil war, and the fight was not light. Among them, he also saw Peter Parker, who had grown up a little in the future. It's Spider-Man, and the relevant abilities are similar. Super strength, super endurance, and other abilities are all enhanced in all aspects. And they also use spider silk generators to launch spider silk to fight, which is almost exactly the same. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would hardly believe that someone could have exactly the same abilities as herself. Even the style of the battle suit and the fighting style are very similar. But after seeing it with her own eyes, she could only admit that perhaps this might really exist. Spider totem. Gwen murmured to herself. Lin Feng's diary mentioned that they, the Spider-Man, are the chosen ones chosen by the Spider Totem, and they did not become Spider-Man because of an accident. But generally speaking, there will only be one Spider Totem chosen one in a normal time and space. In addition, the Morlun family that feeds on the Spider Totem looms behind. She vaguely realized one thing, that is, she might be in big trouble. The first update today, please subscribe. Please vote for the monthly ticket. Chapter 153 Prime Particles, Ant-Man. The shadow of the Avengers Civil War directly shrouds the Avengers, like a knife, that may fall at any time. At present, the core key points collected by the Avengers are that a doctor used the Winter Soldier Bucky to sabotage and eventually drag Captain America Rogers into the water, and at the same time, asked the Winter Soldier Bucky about the location of the Siberian Hydra base. On the other hand, this is probably to delay the progress of the Avengers investigation. Now these have been known by the Avengers several years in advance. The second is the agreement, which is obviously an agreement to restrain superheroes. Tony Stark immediately used his connections to check this matter. There is no relevant proposal from the two parties at present, although there have been some sporadic calls from some congressmen to control these superheroes. But as we all know, more than 90% of the proposals of American congressmen are for show, to cater to the public opinion of voters in the constituency, and basically do not make a difference. If you want to launch a law, not only the United States needs to agree, but also the other 4 member states, and the whole world need to recognize the authority of this agreement. Then the United Nations may have to step in, so there is probably no sign yet. If there is really a sign, it will happen at some time in the future, so that all countries can agree to this plan. For example, the big war in Eastern Europe when Quicksilver Pietro died, and there were so many robot armies, and there were many mysteries. So many that everyone has not solved them yet. Lin Feng didn't know that his diary had shocked the Avengers so much. He still lived his life every day. Now he has the financial strength of a super chaebol, and his influence in the world is no longer the same. As a Chinese, climbing to this position can be said to be unprecedented. In fact, not only Chinese, but also the only one who can climb to this position in the United States besides white people, relying on only one person, can fight. He really can fight. Although he tried to keep it secret. In fact, since his secret base was built, many people began to come in and out, and his frequent physical examinations were inevitably exposed. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. helped to cover it up secretly, it only slowed down the progress. After all, there was no way to conceal it completely. Although only the top leaders knew about it, it was enough to shock them. However, this also attracted the attention of many people. Strong power is also the power pursued by countless people. Even for vampires, aren't there many ghosts willing to crawl at their feet? Not to mention Lin Feng's experience, which attracted the attention of countless people. It was just because of Lin Feng's simple and rough style that they didn't dare to act casually. After all, Lin Feng's style was too rough. He found one and killed one, and he was the kind of person who cut the grass and rooted it out. In this process, some people also used mercenaries, which was almost equivalent to a regular army. They even found a way to get heavy weapons, which was not worse than the most elite regular army in the United States. A battalion-level elite army with heavy firepower attacked Lin Feng as soon as they came up, and then they were all killed by Lin Feng like cutting melons and vegetables. Afterwards, although the US government blocked the news and did not cause much sensation among ordinary people, Lin Feng's strength was no longer a secret among the top leaders. Even the brigade-level combat power might not be able to do anything to him. To be precise, except for some weapons with particularly amazing power, the others can be basically confirmed to be useless to Lin Feng. In the eyes of various high-level officials, Lin Feng's codename has become a monster, and such a monster is now willing to sit down and talk with you, which is the best result. At this time, they have become another SHIELD and fully understand Nick Fury's mentality. They can't beat them, so they can only cooperate well. In this capitalist world, it is not news that you are shot dozens of times in the back and commit suicide because of a disagreement. Even Kennedy would have a brain hole, so you can imagine how unscrupulous these people are. So Tony Stark had to open up equity to them in exchange for them to take the money and keep quiet. Although Lin Feng was willing to give up some benefits, it was far from enough to suck blood from these vampires. However, Lin Feng was really good at fighting. In this year, he at least slaughtered several so-called old money families with a heritage of more than 100 years, which caused a great sensation in the other world. After that, when Lin Feng was willing to cooperate with them, it was their turn to be terrified. On this day, Lin Feng received a meeting request from Darren Cross, the executive CEO of Prime Technology. Lin Feng was still very strange. He thought about it for a while before he remembered that Darren Cross was the bald villain in Ant-Man 1. Hank Pym's student, who later betrayed Hank Pym and teamed up with the second generation wasp Hope Van Dyne to drive his teacher out of Pym technology. This kind of drama often happens in American companies. Even if you are the founder, when you hinder the capitalists' way to make money, they will still find ways to kill you. Lin Feng did not refuse and soon met Darren Cross. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Darren Cross saw Lin Feng and spoke first. He took the initiative to step forward, and his attitude was very low. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded and took him to the reception room. He looked very similar to the villain in his impression. "Mr. Cross, I wonder why you came to me this time." Lin Feng was a little surprised, so he asked directly. "It's very simple, just for one thing, that is, I want you to invest in my company," Darren Cross said. In fact, this was also Darren Cross's helpless move. Pym Technology can only be regarded as a second-rate company in the technology circle. There is no product that is too impressive. If there must be one, it is the Pym particles of his mentor Hank Pym. But the old guy was not willing to put this technology into use at all, and even sealed this technology for this, which made him very helpless. That's why he later joined forces with his junior sister to expel the other party from the board of directors and expel him from his own company. This is not just his own will, nor is it something that can be done together with his junior sister Hope Van Dyne. It is something that all kinds of capital decide together. For many years afterwards, he continued to use some incomplete information left by Hank Pym to try to replicate the Pym particles, but who knew that he never succeeded. This black technology was too dark. The company invested a lot of money, but there was no result. Now all kinds of capital want to withdraw their investment, thinking that his project is a bottomless pit. In order to support this project over the years, even the company's profits have declined. If it continues like this, the company will be finished sooner or later, let alone replicating Hank Pym. So he can be said to have thought of various ways to find various capitals, but no one is willing to take over, and Lin Feng is the last choice. After all, for each listed company, financing not only requires money, but also relevant connections, networks, and various resources that cannot be quantified with money. And this is exactly what Lin Feng lacks. But now Darren Cross has no other way. First of all, he must ensure that the company continues to operate. He cannot be left with nothing and become a pauper. The consequences are too serious. Moreover, Lin Feng is really too rich. His wealth is no secret in the upper class of the United States. With such wealth, it is only a matter of time for many of his connections to expand. Invest in your company? Lin Feng touched his chin and thought about the plot of Ant-Man 1. In addition, when he was working as an investment company, he asked people to collect information about Pym technology. It seems that he understands what happened. In order to replicate Pym particles, Darren Cross can be said to have put a lot of thought into it and made the company suffer. There is only investment but no output. Unlike Tony Stark is a real genius, so even if there is no arms business, there is a clean energy business. Even without the core technology of the arc reactor, with his ability, Stark Industries will still be a top arms consortium. But Pym technology does not have such potential. Without Pym particles, it is just a second-rate technology company. There is almost nothing outstanding about the various products it has developed. It can only be said that it has reached the level of standard. What's more, Hank Pym is eyeing outside. This company probably can't even maintain its appearance now. Capital is the most realistic. If you can't see the possibility of real profit, don't even pretend. Just withdraw your investment. In fact, if it were Lin Feng, he would probably withdraw his investment. Capitalists are profitable. They can't really do charity. No way, no way, no way. Is there anyone who still thinks that American capitalists are kind people? Remembering to wipe your mouth after eating people is already a little progress in anthropomorphism. But Lin Feng, who knows what happened later, knows that this investment is worth making, because Pym particles are a bit similar to Stark Industries, and the core productivity lies in the two scientists. In Stark Industries, it's Tony Stark, and in Pym Technology, it's Hank Pym. But this Darren Cross is also a talent. Although he is not as outrageous as Hank Pym, Creating one out of thin air and placing it in the entire universe is also quite outrageous black technology, which is almost like something that a normal person's brain can create. But being able to reproduce Pym particles based on the information left by Hank Pym is already amazing. The second update is here. Please subscribe and support with monthly tickets. Chapter 154 Zombie Universe. Eat everything. 3 updates. Please give me monthly votes. Such a talent, even if not as good as Hank Pym, is at least a weakened version of Ivan Vanko. Among ordinary people, he is definitely a genius. After all, whether it is Hank Pym or Tony Stark, in addition to being geniuses, the most important thing is that they are protagonists with the aura of protagonists. Otherwise, if the IQ is really measured, there may not be any difference between these people. But what does it mean to have the aura of a protagonist? It means that even in a cave, I can rub an arc reactor by hand. My father is so rich, but he can't do it in such a good laboratory, but I can do it. The meaning of the aura of a protagonist also means that with the current human technology, no, even in 200 years, human technology will never be able to touch the edge of the Pym particle. I can invent it with just a flash of inspiration. And you, my disciple, you have the resources of the entire company at your disposal, but you haven't made anything in all these years, and you are not as good as the result of my rubbing by hand back then. This is the difference between an ordinary genius and a genius protagonist. So although he looks like a hard-working worker, Hank Pym was able to make something by hand decades ago, and now he can only make progress with difficulty, even if he has piled up hundreds of times more resources than Hank Pym. But Lin Feng will not underestimate him at all. After all, this is a normal situation. How many forces in the universe can master the technological level of Pym particles? Under normal circumstances, it may be possible, only when technology is developed to the pinnacle. The reason why it appears in the hands of humans, a little skinny monkey who can't escape the earth, is entirely because they are all protagonists, because they are the protagonists in the Marvel universe. Is this reason powerful enough? Lin Feng never underestimates the geniuses among these normal people. He has been coveting Pym particles for a long time. Hank Pym can't see the future clearly, so he insists on sealing it, but the idea behind it is just the feedback of the daily white left ideas in the West. It is actually the same idea as Tony Stark's reluctance to hand over the arc reactor. A genius protagonist accidentally developed super awesome technology, but he is unwilling to cooperate with the military and unwilling to use it to slaughter ordinary people, so he launched a series of battles of wits and courage. But without these black technologies, the killing efficiency of the Americans using fuel air bombs to clean the ground would be poor. It's just self-consolation. But in fact, in Lin Feng's opinion, even if the Pym particles are not used in the military, they have unimaginable application prospects in civilian use. For example, large nuclear reactors can be directly reduced to become a nuclear battery with permanent power, or they can be directly used in the field of aerospace. The most difficult thing for humans to fly out of the earth now is that they cannot carry too much supplies. The price of carrying 1 ton of supplies is a huge amount of resources. But if there are qualified Pym particles, the supplies can be reduced first and then taken to space. This is the third solution besides mass accelerators and space elevators. Can the consumption of human exploration of outer space be reduced to 1,000th of the original? 1/10,000th? Even 100,000th? It is really possible for humans to build a space city in space. Not to mention, if it is used in the field of war. Didn't you see that Ant-Man was also very fierce later, punching a Chitauri Leviathan spaceship? Although there is still a big gap with the so-called Thor, this can be mass-produced. The others, whether Hulk or Thor, cannot be mass-produced. It can be said that this application prospect is very broad. As long as it is used well, in the long run, it will at least be a super application of the trillion-dollar level. Yes, our company has many high-quality projects and many high-quality assets, but recently for some reasons, we hope to get help from the outside world. Mr. Lin is the one I know who knows science best, so I hope to cooperate with Mr. Lin. Darren Cross said. What? Lin Feng doesn't understand science? How can he not understand science when he is so rich? Even if he wants to write Chinese characters on my WASP uniform, he is still the boss who knows science best. Lin Feng smiled slightly. No science best. Or the richest. Don't beat around the bush. I have heard about the situation of your company. I also know the conflict between you and the board of directors. You don't have to lie to me. I know everything. Now your situation is either you and your teacher are kicked out by the board of directors, or they withdraw their investment and leave, and Pime Technology becomes a garbage company and goes bankrupt completely. Lin Feng said bluntly, without beating around the bush at all. With his current strength and status, there are not many people who can make him beat around the bush. Darren Cross clenched his fists. He wanted to refute, but he knew that Lin Feng was telling the truth and he could not bear any of the consequences. He was just the CEO of the company and had shares, but not many. So the expulsion of Hank Pym was done with the help of Hank Pym's daughter Hope Van Dyne and the joint efforts of the board of directors, but Hank Pym still had a large number of shares. Even so, he was inevitably expelled, so what could he do as a senior employee? If it was the latter, it would be even worse. His shares and wealth were all in Pime Technology. If Pime Technology went bankrupt, his class would fall directly to the bottom of society. In the United States, the best experimental place for social Darwinism, if you slide to the bottom of society, the chances of climbing up again are not high. If you want me to invest, yes, I want controlling rights. Lin Feng said. If you can do it, I will invest in this company. No, to be precise, I'm investing in you. Aren't you restoring the Pime particle? I can invest in you. As for Pime Technology, a company worth less than $10 billion US. If this little thing about your company is exposed, the valuation may not even be left with 10 billion. So you can think about it carefully. Either you stay in Pime Technology in sync with Pime Technology and become a pile of garbage, or I can invest in you until you make this Pime particle. Hearing this, Darren Cross's breathing became rapid. Speaking of it, he is also a scientific research genius, so he was accepted as a disciple by Hank Pym. But now dealing with these capitals every day, he almost forgot what his biggest advantage is. 10 billion. If you are willing to come and help me, I can register a company and invest 10 billion. I can give you 20% of the shares. In other words, you don't have to do anything. It's equivalent to having a net worth of 2 billion. Come back to me after you think about it, Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Darren Cross's eyes turned red. 2 billion in assets. He has worked for Pime Technology for so many years, and at most he has a net worth of 100 million, which is about the same as the net worth of Lin Feng's family before. Once Lin Feng joins, he will immediately rise to a higher level. The most important thing is that Lin Feng is willing to trust him and invest in him, so he doesn't have to face the questioning of those shareholders every day. Ask him where the money went. These people don't understand how difficult it is to replicate Pime particles. How can he do scientific research with these insects? However, this matter is too big and he can't make a decision immediately. He immediately said goodbye and left to think about the problem. After watching Darren Cross leave, Lin Feng directly made a portal, took out a diary from home and started recording. Today Darren Cross came to me to ask for investment. It seems that he was forced to despair by those capitals. He just joined the shareholders to drive Hank Pym out of Pime Technology, and now he is going to be driven out by those shareholders again. How to say it, it's really the first year of boomerang. Pime particles are another thing of the black technology level that defies the sky. Unfortunately, Hank Pym still has the old way of thinking and does not understand that this is a huge gold mine. This is also a common problem of many super geniuses in the Marvel universe. They are unwilling to release their inventions and seem petty. However, when it comes to Ant-Man's family, they really rely on them to save the world, but if they are not careful, it will also bring about the end of the world, especially the first generation Wasp, who should still be in the quantum field, and has not been rescued yet. So the question is, the first generation Wasp who was rescued next is very critical. If you are not careful, it may evolve into a zombie world. Are you afraid of the 5-gem zombie Thanos? Anyway, I'm very afraid. If it develops in this direction, then this timeline might as well be cut off. Then a desperate world is the most terrifying. However, this is not the scariest zombie Marvel universe. The Spider-Man sprays not spider silk but veins. Tony Stark developed a machine to go to other universes just because this universe has been eaten up by these zombie superheroes. There is nothing to eat, so he can only eat the next universe. That is the real horror. Those zombies have their own will and wisdom. What is scarier than superheroes turning into super zombies? When they are hungry, they even eat their own people. Living in such a world is a real despair. There is no hope at all. They swallowed all the creatures they could swallow. The hunger drove them to do terrible things that they themselves could not imagine. In Columbia University, Gwen, who had just finished class, suddenly felt that the diary was getting hot. This was the diary reminding her that the diary was updated. She immediately said goodbye to her friends, found a secluded corner, and read the diary. Opening lightning. Just seeing the content of the diary, she was immediately shocked. She never thought that there was a zombie universe. Just by looking at the contents recorded there, she felt her hair stand on end and cold sweat ran down her body. Chapter 155, Desperate and Hopeless Timeline. 4th update, 1150 additional updates. Lin Feng did not mention the zombie universe, but that was just a casual mention, which was completely different from the content mentioned now. For example, if Spider-Man shoots out veins instead of spider silk. Although she is not Spider-Man, she is also Spider-Woman. If she shoots out veins in her body instead of spider silk launchers, how disgusting it would be. And she has to eat people. She also has to endure hunger in her body, and even develops equipment to run to other universes to eat people. How can such a universe not be desperate? She began to believe what Lin Feng said, really desperate. At the same time, Bruce Banner looked at the diary at this time, and was also shocked by the contents of the diary. Oh no, there is a big trouble. Bruce Banner looked at the contents of the diary in shock. The zombie universe, that is to say, the entire universe will become zombies? He thought, if he really encountered such a thing, he would probably go crazy. Even with Hulk protecting his body, he would not be able to survive. Especially the zombie Thanos. What does it mean? Does it mean that even Thanos can't stand it and become a zombie? He knew very well how terrifying Thanos was. The 3 giants of the Avengers were completely beaten and were no match for him. That one match alone was enough to show how terrifying Thanos was. But now, he was told that even such a powerful Thanos had been turned into a zombie. How could they still have any chance of winning? Hank Pym. He had heard that he was one of the many bigwigs in the scientific community, but he had not come up with any powerful research theories a long time ago, but he had heard of it. But now, what terrible things would Hank Pym bring out from that quantum realm? At this time, all the people who had diaries also sensed the updates of the diaries, and after seeing the diaries, their first reaction was to be struck by lightning. Especially Thor, who was still in the palace of Asgard, took a breath of cold air after seeing the records in the diary. What kind of existence was Thanos? Even after he upgraded and comprehended the origin of Thor, he was still not an opponent. Now even such a person has become a zombie? What about himself? Wouldn't he also become a zombie? 5-gem Thanos? Is such an existence still unstoppable? This, Thor said, looking at the records in the diary. There are even scarier worlds. It's not scary to become a zombie, but it can also have wisdom. Father, are there such creatures in this world? Odin frowned and didn't answer, because even with his wide knowledge, he had never seen such a world and such a future. Is this world so full of disasters? Zombies? Are there really such unscientific creatures? Tony Stark was also looking at the diary and said, he thought of the many definitions of zombies in some film and television works in his mind, and he felt that it was quite outrageous. They don't need to eat at all, don't need other energy sources, and can be like a perpetual motion machine, always active. And they have no wisdom, they can only devour everything by instinct, which is completely unscientific. What's even more unscientific is that there is actually a universe where zombies can stay awake, but can't restrain their desire to eat and devour everything they can see. There is even one of them who is also like this, and he has to use his wisdom to make a device that can travel through the universe. Doesn't that mean that it is possible to eat his own universe? When he thought of this possibility, his hair stood up, and he felt super scary. Really, something big is going to happen. Tony Stark said. He realized a very deadly place. If it was another universe, He could say that he didn't have to worry about it for the time being, but there was a zombie universe in it, which might be the reality they were facing. That is what this Ant-Man, that is, this Hank Pym, took out from the quantum field. This old man is so troublesome, Tony Stark muttered to himself. He understood that the timeline might develop in two directions now. One is the direction of the correct timeline that Lin Feng believes, but the other one may point to the zombie universe, both of which have a certain probability. If it really comes to that step, he is afraid that he can't resist it. This is not as good as an ordinary person who knows nothing. Now he really has a feeling that he is afraid of knowing so much. After thinking about it, he turned on the projection device, uploaded his projection, and started today's meeting. Everyone looked at each other, and their expressions were still a little embarrassed. To be honest, everyone was still immersed in the atmosphere of the Avengers Civil War. That revelation was a huge shock to everyone. But soon, Bruce Banner broke the silence and said, "Everyone, take a look. I think this matter is a bit scary. If everyone turns into zombies and eats everything, I think the future is scary. Tony has to develop a new device to eat other universes." Nick Fury looked at everything in front of him and suddenly felt a headache because he knew something about the Wasp. Before, in the archives of S.H.I.E.L.D., she disappeared completely, and it didn't say whether she was dead or not. She just disappeared. But everyone assumed that she was dead, but Hank Pym just refused to give up. But now, she was told of another possibility, that is, she was not dead. On the contrary, she was still in a place called the Quantum Realm, and she might be rescued in the future. What's more terrifying is that now it's like opening a blind box. You don't know what kind of existence the Wasp you rescued is. Scrudina's Wasp. It's possible that she is a normal wasp, or she may carry a virus that turns the whole world into a zombie world, which is the zombie universe that Lin Feng mentioned before. If this universe really becomes a zombie universe, what should we do? Humanity is finished. Didn't you see that even Thanos was infected? As for other intelligent creatures, it has nothing to do with him, and he doesn't care about these things. He can only take care of humans. How desperate can this world be? It's so desperate that even Lin Feng thinks he might as well cut off this timeline. With Lin Feng's strength, it's still like this, let alone others who can't survive at all. This Hank Pym, I heard from my father before that he is a stinky old man with a bad temper. Tony Stark said that Pym technology is a ridiculous joke. Tony Stark cursed without hesitation. He remembered that when his father was still alive, he had a feud with Hank Pym, as if the feud between the two started from S.H.I.E.L.D. and lasted for a long time. What's the matter with this Ant-Man, Fury? Didn't you find out before that the Ant-Man can grow bigger or smaller, and his technology comes from Hank Pym? Tony Stark said. Nick Fury explained, yes, I had someone check it out before. The Ant-Man is called Scott Lang, but it seems that he has nothing to do with Hank Pym. He is a double master's degree and a talent. However, in order to support his family, he had to commit crimes. He is still in prison now, but the technology of his clothes does come from Hank Pym. Hank Pym used to be an agent of our S.H.I.E.L.D. He developed something called Pym particles, which can make people bigger or smaller. At the smallest, it can be as big as an ant, so he is called Ant-Man. The Wasp is his wife. Later, she disappeared after a mission. I didn't expect that she was in the so-called quantum realm. We all thought she was dead. A double master's degree also wants to commit crimes? What's wrong with this country? Hawkeye Barton said with emotion. A double master's degree is a high quality talent everywhere, but such a person can't support himself and has to commit crimes to support his family. Later, he was arrested. This is undoubtedly a kind of irony. Tony Stark curled his lips and said, after deindustrialization, we only need to engage in finance. We don't need those industrial talents at all. Let alone double masters. Double doctors are useless. He is also one of the industrial capitals. Naturally, he doesn't like the current US policy, which is completely damaging their interests, to satisfy those financial capitals on Wall Street. It seems that they will be in contact in the future. Black Widow Natasha said. She knew very well what Nick Fury said. In fact, she found out the identity of Ant-Man Scott Lang, so she knew very well the situation of Pym technology. The founder Hank Pym had been expelled from the board of directors, and Aaron Cross was currently in power. Tony Stark saw the common problem of super geniuses mentioned in the diary, covering up that invention, and refusing to let go. His eyebrows jumped. Why did he feel that Lin Feng was pointing at him? Or was it just pointing at his business? Isn't he like this? He tried his best to keep it secret and prevent others from getting the secret of his armor. But then he thought again that he contributed the arc reactor to develop clean new energy, so this point was not pointing at him. But can anyone explain to me what this so-called quantum realm is? Why can't I understand it? I'm a college graduate. Why do I feel like an illiterate? Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but ask. This question is difficult to explain, but in general, you can understand it as a microscopic world, which may be a very small world. Bruce Banner said. There is no clear definition in the scientific community at present, and it is even unclear whether it exists or not. Please subscribe and support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. Everyone, it's better to die than to become a zombie. First update. Please subscribe. Tony Stark nodded. Indeed, the current scientific community knows nothing about the microscopic world. It can only speculate through certain mathematical methods and physical theories. It is actually difficult to observe. Even when it is small to a certain extent, the physical laws of the macroscopic universe in reality may not work. The scientific community has not reached a conclusion before, but now it is likely to be concluded that there is indeed such a microscopic world, a microscopic universe, but it is difficult to say what is in it. For example, the zombie virus. Tony Stark said. Hawkeye Barton opened his mouth. Isn't it the same as not saying it? He can only understand that it may mean a very small world. In order to avoid turning into a zombie universe later, why not just get rid of Ant-Man? So that he won't release the quantum virus? No, Ant-Man is related to too many major events later. Even the matter of Conqueror Kang is related to him. If he interferes in advance, the timeline may be completely messed up. I can only pray that it is better not to be so unlucky. This is the timeline of the zombie universe. Fortunately, the zombie universe's timeline is only an itch timeline, and the probability is not high, 1 in a billion. There are just some risks, and they have no wisdom, so as long as they are careful, it is not a big problem. Compared with the zombie superheroes in the next universe who have wisdom, but are driven by endless hunger and even eat gods, it is much better. Maybe for those superheroes, perhaps it is better to die at the first time and have no intelligence than to live in such pain and be driven by endless hunger. So our timeline should not be right. There is no doubt that this is another explosive information. One by one, the questions that had never been thought of before all broke out at this time. Quantum virus. Is that virus called quantum virus? Then what is the form of existence of this quantum virus? Tony Stark said, touching his chin. Does it really exist, or is it a quantum state, or what form of existence? I think I can't understand this world more and more. Do I need to pursue a higher degree? Hawkeye Barton couldn't help saying. Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard it, but Lin Feng threw out more and more new concepts. The name of this zombie virus is quantum virus, and there is also Conqueror Kang, who Lin Feng had mentioned before. Without a doubt, it sounds like he is not a good person. 1 in a billion. Does this mean that there are so many timelines? Bruce Banner said. This is incredible. Everyone nodded. Although they knew the principle of the formation of the timeline, any new choice could form a new timeline. So logically, the timeline is likely to be infinite. But just knowing is useless. This billion can only slightly express the shock in their hearts. No matter what it is, the source of the problem lies with Hank Pym's family. I will send someone to monitor them, Nick Fury said. If Lin Feng hadn't said that this Ant-Man was related to many major events later, which would cause a big mess in the timeline, with his personality, he would have done something like erasing Ant-Man's family in advance. This is not something he has never done before. Although the probability is small, this family is likely to turn the whole world into a zombie paradise. Facing such a future, he doesn't want to gamble. But now they have to take a gamble. Even Lin Feng felt that the zombie universe was very dangerous, but because of the key role played by Ant-Man in the future, he did not solve them in advance, let alone them. If Lin Feng did not act rashly, then they would not act rashly either. They firmly believed that no matter what the reason was, Lin Feng had traveled to their universe, but now he was on the same rope with them. If this world, this universe, or even this timeline was destroyed, it would not be of any benefit to him. He might even die. So based on this reason, if Lin Feng did not take action, then they would have to think twice whether to take action or not. I think that compared to those unconscious zombies, the so-called zombies in the next universe with their own conscious will are the most terrifying. Black Widow Natasha said. When she thought that she might become a monster with a bloody mouth, her heart tightened immediately. She dared not imagine it at all. If there really came such a day, it would be better to die. In fact, in her normal situation, she would not be disgusted. It can even be said that she has seen all kinds of corpses and blood. But this situation of nerve spraying from the meridians is really disgusting. The key is that we don't know what these viruses are, whether they are zombie viruses or this so-called quantum virus, and what the principle is. Even if we want to prevent it in advance, it is impossible. Tony Stark said with his forehead in his hand. Involving the microcosm in the quantum field, it is completely beyond his cognitive scope and cannot be handled at all. And in this universe, Tony, you are not idle at all. You have swallowed up the entire universe. Black Widow Natasha glanced at Tony Stark and then said faintly. In fact, Tony Stark himself felt a little bit of hair standing on end. He thought to himself that he had a very strong will. Even if he really turned into a zombie, unless he had no will, and his brain had completely turned into a zombie. But if his brain had not turned into a zombie, and he still had will, he should be able to control it. What was the result? He was not driven by hunger to swallow up the lives of the entire universe. What kind of hunger was that? It was unimaginable. Although he certainly wasn't the only one who ate it, there must have been many other superheroes and supervillains who also turned into terrible super zombies. We said before that Thanos was terrible at killing people, but now it seems that we are much more terrible than Thanos. Bruce Banner said. At least Thanos didn't eat the entire universe. Everyone thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Thanos at least only killed half of the life in the universe, and didn't eat them all. Later, Thanos also turned into a zombie. This virus is unstoppable. Hawkeye Barton said. But will there be a day when the zombies in that zombie universe will eat one universe after another and eventually eat our universe? Everyone heard this, and immediately took a breath of cold air. This is much more terrifying than turning into zombies directly. If it really comes to that time, we can only do whatever we can to stop it. We don't have any better way. Nick Fury sighed. Just as everyone was discussing, a video appeared on the diary. At the beginning of the video, there was a narration. Time, space, reality. It's not a straight line, but like a prism, it reflects countless possibilities. A small choice can derive countless realities, creating a whole new world beyond your cognition. I'm the observer, and now I will take you into these vast new worlds. Follow me and think about this question. What if? Observer? Everyone was shocked when they heard this name. What does it mean? Does this observer mean that he can observe the multiverse? Observe different timelines and different universes? Everyone almost instinctively felt terrified when they heard this. Not to mention Thor in Asgard. He looked at his father, the god King Odin, and said, "Father, do you know what this observer is?" "I don't know." Odin frowned and said. He found that, since reading this diary, he seemed to have changed from an omniscient god king to an old man who knew nothing. He didn't know this, and he didn't know that. Lin Feng had said before that there were not many father-level masters like him in the whole universe, but the result was that he didn't know about any random person or event. He didn't know about this observer, let alone saw him. However, just from his description, it is not difficult to imagine that this is a terrifying existence that can observe the multiverse, and its strength is far above his own. What's more terrifying is that such a self-proclaimed observer who is more powerful than many gods has also been observed by the universe where Lin Feng is. How terrifying is the universe where Lin Feng is? Then he saw the rainbow bridge appear at the beginning of the picture, shuttling through the void of the universe, and the person in it was none other than the Hulk. Why is it the rainbow bridge? Is he visiting my Asgard? Thor said puzzledly, as Hulk smashed into the New York sanctuary and turned back into Bruce Banner. The video slowly unfolded. Bruce Banner, who had transformed back into human form, just muttered to himself, "Thanos is coming. He will be here soon." Seeing this scene, Hawkeye Barton suddenly said, "Actually, I have a question I have wanted to ask for a long time. Banner, where did you buy your underwear waistband from? How come it never breaks when you transform?" Everyone couldn't help laughing when they heard it, and Bruce Banner was a little embarrassed because he also realized this problem for the first time. It seems that his underwear waistband is indeed a bit sturdy, and it has burst before, but it seems that it has not appeared in front of everyone. Fortunately, otherwise, it would be too socially dead. In the picture, after Bruce Banner muttered for a long time, he found that no one paid attention to him. He immediately crawled out, looked at the empty New York sanctuary around him, and said, "Hello, is anyone there? Can anyone give me a piece of clothing? The first update is here. Please subscribe." Chapter 157 Zombie Iron Man scares everyone. Second update. Please subscribe. Compared to his sturdy trousers, his clothes were not so lucky. But still no one answered him, and this weird atmosphere continued outside. When Bruce Banner found a piece of clothing and walked outside, he found that the huge streets of New York, the originally bustling metropolis, were extremely deserted at this time, revealing a weird atmosphere everywhere. The people outside the screen were in a heavy mood, because they already knew that the whole world might have become a paradise for zombies. But Bruce Banner in the picture didn't know yet. He just exclaimed, "My God, am I too late?" He looked around and saw that it was empty everywhere, as if he had entered a ghost town. This picture made people's hair stand on end. Even let Bruce Banner wonder if Thanos had been to Earth before he came to Earth. It seems that there is only this explanation. However, when Bruce Banner was sighing in the picture, a beam of light fell directly not far away. It was none other than Thanos' 5 black generals who came from Asgard to kill him. Obviously, Thanos also has the ability of teleportation. It was none other than Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf, 2 of Thanos' 5 black generals. "Come on, big guy, it's your turn." Bruce Banner shouted hurriedly. He wanted to call out the Hulk in his body, but obviously, it was useless. Hulk ignored him and stayed in his body, not moving at all, and was unwilling to come out. It may be that Hulk has never encountered a terrifying existence that completely crushes him in all aspects. The power that Hulk is proud of was completely crushed. At this time, he was like a scared child. He didn't dare to come out at all, no matter how Bruce Banner shouted. Oh no. Bruce Banner immediately realized that it was not good. Bruce Banner outside the screen was dumbfounded. Is this the Hulk he knows? The Hulk in his body always wants to come out and cause trouble, so he needs to keep a calm mood all the time. Once he gets a little angry, he will immediately turn into Hulk. But what's the matter with this Hulk inside? There are times when he wants him to come out, but Hulk refuses to come out. The 5 black generals, Odin of Asgard, uttered these words. His eyes were extremely cold. This Hulk was teleported back from Asgard. No matter how Hulk went to Asgard, he must not have left voluntarily. Didn't you see him, so panicked that Thanos was coming? He was teleported back from Asgard, but these men of Thanos followed him like a shadow. What does this mean? It means that the other party did not meet by chance, but was chasing Hulk. Then the question is, why did the 5 black generals chase Hulk from Asgard? There is only one possibility, that is, Asgard was captured. In other words, from this simple picture, Odin deduced that Asgard was attacked by Thanos. The future Asgard without him may face unimaginable disasters. Thinking of this, Odin got angry. The God King was angry, and the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. There were dark clouds above the palace, and thunder was surging in it, reflecting the anger in the heart of the owner of the palace. The future Asgard is really full of disasters. His eldest daughter may have to escape from the predicament, and there is also the legendary mythological prophecy, Ragnarok. Now even Thanos has come to get involved. Could it be that these added together eventually formed the Ragnarok of Asgard? Odin didn't dare to think about this terrible consequence. Thor was also shocked to look at his father, who was almost unable to control his own divine power and anger. As far as he could remember, even if he had caused a big disaster, he had never been so angry. At this time, the scene continued. Ebony Maw, who came to the earth, continued to pretend and said, "Listen carefully, you should feel honored." His ugly face was somewhat sacred, as if he was really doing something sacred. Quickly transform, quickly. Bruce Banner kept hitting his face. He tried to anger Hulk and force him to come out. At this time, only the Hulk could deal with these two Black Orders. Although the Hulk was not Thanos' opponent, it was more than enough to fight two Black Orders. No. Hulk made his own voice. He didn't want to transform. What do you mean by no now? Bruce Banner was speechless. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing. I didn't expect that the fearless Hulk would be beaten psychologically one day. You are about to die at the hands of Thanos' people. Ebony Maw slowly looked at Bruce Banner and said. But just as he was talking, a teleportation aperture appeared behind him. In the teleportation aperture, a hand in steel armor stretched out, and then directly blasted him to the ground with a cannon. 3 figures walked out of the aperture. With their backs to the light, no one could see their appearance clearly, but from their dress, everyone probably guessed these 3 people. Iron Man Tony Stark, Doctor Strange, the Wizard King. Everyone reads diaries all year round. Of course it is impossible for them not to recognize them. When Bruce Banner saw these 3 people, he was ecstatic. He recognized his 3 comrades at the first time. He hurriedly said happily, "Is it Tony? Hahaha, you are finished." At this time, he has not really realized what kind of danger he is in now. He still doesn't know what these 3 former friends have become. Facing Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf, the zombie Iron Man Tony Stark and the other 2 directly launched an attack. Zombie Iron Man Tony Stark attacked from the front, while zombie Doctor Strange and zombie Doctor King directly entered the teleportation aperture and prepared for a surprise attack. Hahaha, that's right, it's Iron Man. Bruce Banner didn't realize the problem at this time and laughed out loud. This is exactly the style of Iron Man's battle. With the cooperation of the zombie Iron Man Tony Stark, the zombie Doctor Strange and the zombie Magician King, Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf were completely suppressed. Tony Stark outside the screen looked at the self in the screen and felt something was wrong. He should have become a zombie at this time. But he could still use the armor so skillfully after becoming a zombie. Is it really as Lin Feng said, that he has no brain after becoming a zombie? He was a little confused. At this time, Bruce Banner in the picture finally realized that something was wrong. He looked at the 3 people tremblingly and said, "What are you doing?" Because he saw that the zombie Iron Man Tony Stark, the zombie Doctor Strange, and the zombie Magician King were feasting on the bodies of Ebony Maw and Black Dwarf. This seems a bit too much. Bruce Banner realized that something was wrong with his friend. Something must have happened here that he didn't know. A moment later, in the dust, the zombie Iron Man Tony Stark stood up. Then he turned around and finally revealed his true face. It was an extremely hideous face covered with rotten flesh and white bones. Bruce Banner was immediately shocked, and even the people outside the screen who had been mentally prepared were also shocked. What a hideous zombie face it was. There was almost no meat on the face, and bones could be seen. Even if there was some meat left, it was rotten meat. That is, the kind that was rotten with the naked eye. Fuck, it's so ugly. Tony Stark saw this scene and couldn't help but swear. It was outrageous. The first thing he saw when he came up was his zombie self. That was too disgusting. Although he was mentally prepared for his zombie appearance, he never thought that he could be so ugly. It was too outrageous. It was simply a loss of face for Tony Stark in all universes. Now this zombie version of himself, how can he be considered a human? There is almost no flesh, only white bones, and yellow teeth are completely exposed. It can't be considered a human at all, or it can be said that it is not a human. This is a zombie, so there is an endless desire for food on his face. He kept roaring in a low voice, more like a beast than some kind of intelligent creature. Wow. Bruce Banner was scared and almost instinctively said this. He finally knew what his friend had become. It was a real monster, a monster of the type he had never seen before. Not only Bruce Banner, but even the zombie Doctor Strange and the zombie Magician King all looked similar. Even the zombie Magician King was still gnawing on a huge claw of Black Dwarf. This scene looks really scary. What's more terrifying is that not long after, Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw, who had been gnawed beyond recognition, stood up and turned into zombies. This scene was extremely scary. Not only Bruce Banner, but also everyone outside the screen was scared. Although everyone had prepared themselves mentally that they might turn into zombies very quickly, they did not expect it to be this fast. Both Black Dwarf and Ebony Maw carried extremely terrifying auras and were extremely powerful. They could even scare Hulk away from coming out. In their eyes, this strength was very strong. As a result, they were only eaten for a while before they were directly invaded by the virus and turned into zombies. At this speed, even if you have the antidote, you will not be able to fight them in time. The second update is here. Please subscribe and give monthly votes. The more monthly votes you give, the more updates you will get. Chapter 158 Iron Man, Why Am I Dead Again? 3 more chapters. Please subscribe. Right square bracket. At this time, they finally understood why Lin Feng said that these zombies would become a terrifying zombie world that could affect the whole world. Seeing it with their own eyes still made them feel sick. As superheroes, they were well informed and had even seen top-level beings such as Dormammu, Lord of the Dark Dimension, Thanos, Lord of the Universe, and Odin, the God King. However, they were only strong, not disgusting. But these zombies were truly disgusting. The thought that these zombies would eat people and that they might be eaten immediately gave them a chill. After experiencing the initial nausea, Tony Stark stared at the scene in the picture and calculated. From the picture, it seemed that the zombies, Doctor Strange, and the Mage King were biting the 2 unknown Thanos men. It took only 10 seconds for the virus to infect them. Not only the people on Earth, but even the aliens could not withstand the infection of the virus. No wonder Lin Feng was so afraid. Even though Lin Feng was so strong that he could be considered non-human, he felt his scalp tingling when he saw the quantum virus. Who could resist it? Especially gods like Thor, who could be said to be immune to all poisons, were completely useless in the face of the quantum virus brought out from the quantum field. As long as the skin was bitten, it would be infected immediately. But what made him feel most strange was that, since it was like this, he could still use his abilities before his death. Although he had completely turned into a monster, he seemed to still have some instincts. Tony Stark immediately realized that he had to find a way to restrict the armor and add a limiting condition. If he turned into a zombie, he would immediately terminate his permission to use the armor and would not be allowed to open the armor to let himself out. After all, living things can become zombies, but Jarvis is an artificial intelligence, and there is no problem for him to become an AI. This can be regarded as an insurance policy. Although it may not be used in a lifetime, if it is used, at least 1 zombie will be reduced for the world. This is the only thing he can do as a superhero. However, it can be seen that this zombie virus can only be spread through contact, most likely through contact with blood. It is not the most dangerous and unsolvable type of airborne transmission. If it is airborne, he may even need an independent air circulation system, but if it is only transmitted by biting people, it means that there is still hope. As long as the protection is good, there is still hope to survive and preserve the light of human civilization. But now it is not certain. Maybe it is a dual transmission mode, but the speed of transmission in the air is slower. If not, how did the first spreader appear? For a while, there were so many questions that Tony Stark's mind was almost about to explode, and the amount of information exploded all of a sudden. At this time, Bruce Banner in the picture was also dumbfounded. Looking at the 3 terrible former teammates in front of him, he muttered to himself, "I really can't believe it." The biggest nightmare he had ever had in his life did not include such a scene. He would never have thought that his good friend, Possession, would become a zombie in his life. What's more terrifying is that it is very likely that the entire Earth has fallen. So this New York, which should have been crowded with people, was actually quiet at this time, which was enough to explain a lot of things. But just when he was stunned, the zombie Iron Man who had already regarded him as food had already taken action directly. And at the critical moment, it was Doctor Strange's cloak that saved him. After all, it was a magical creation, not a real living being, so even a biochemical virus like the quantum virus could not do anything to it. It directly entangled the zombie Iron Man Tony Stark and tripped him, so that it did not hit Bruce Banner. Then he pulled the zombie Iron Man Tony Stark up and threw him directly at the Black Dwarf, who had turned into a zombie, causing the two to collide fiercely on the ground. The zombie Doctor Strange was also about to cast a spell, but was entangled by Doctor Strange's cloak. However, there was another zombie at this time, the zombie Magician King, who also cast a spell. Bruce Banner was immediately scared to death and shouted, "No, no, no." As he said that, he hurriedly looked back and ran forward. He didn't notice at all that there was an extra aperture in front of him, and the zombie Wizard King flew out of the aperture directly, blocking Bruce Banner's retreat and eating him directly. "Don't eat me," Bruce Banner shouted hurriedly. But at this critical moment, the Wizard King was pulled by someone, none other than Doctor Strange's magic cloak, which grabbed him from the other side of the portal, making him almost unable to eat Bruce Banner. He even interrupted his spell casting and used his spell casting to directly cut off his head, and his head rolled to Bruce Banner's side. Solved 1. Bruce Banner was scared to death and quickly kicked the Wizard King's head away. The scene turned. Not far away, the zombie Iron Man Tony Stark kept firing palm cannons, trying to hit the magic cloak in the sky. The magic cloak directly grabbed the zombie Doctor Strange and swung it around. Facing this former owner, it was not soft at all. After all, it had become a zombie. It has to be said that all this looks very exciting, especially Bruce Banner himself, who was extremely nervous when he saw that he was almost eaten in the video. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they saw that even Tony Stark and the other two had become zombies, and they were very desperate. If even Bruce Banner was infected, wouldn't there be another zombie Hulk? That would be the most terrifying thing, and humans would really have no hope at all. Suddenly, Tony Stark suddenly remembered the protagonist halo that Lin Feng had mentioned in his diary before. He seemed to understand what this meant. In the so-called correct timeline, they have the protagonist halo, so even in the face of a crisis like a nuclear bombardment, they can turn danger into safety. But once they leave their correct timeline, then this protagonist halo will be very ineffective. Superheroes who were originally very difficult to die will also die easily and hastily. Now he finally knows what the protagonist halo is. Fortunately, there is this cloak, otherwise, I would be dead. Bruce Banner looked at himself in another timeline in the picture and breathed a sigh of relief. This feeling was very subtle. I just didn't expect that this cloak actually has consciousness. It doesn't look like artificial intelligence, but its functions are very similar to artificial intelligence. Tony Stark said with emotion, "Magic creations are really amazing." He also felt very magical after watching it. This effect is similar to artificial intelligence, but it is obviously not artificial intelligence. During this period of time, I have seen a lot of memes on the magic side, and I can't help but sigh. But before everyone can breathe a sigh of relief, in the picture, even Ebony Maw, who had turned into zombies, zombie Black Dwarf, and zombie Iron Man, rushed towards Bruce Banner together. Bruce Banner wanted to break free, but was easily controlled by the zombie Ebony Maw. "No, no, no, don't eat me, don't eat me," Bruce Banner said in horror. At this critical moment, countless bees flew over and swallowed up the zombie Ebony Maw. At this time, Bruce Banner fell from midair. He looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't believe it. He said, "Oh my god. What's going on now?" Then, except for the zombie Iron Man Tony Stark, all the zombies were swallowed up by the swarm. However, the zombie Iron Man Tony Stark was not much better. He was directly cut off his head by the wasp who suddenly appeared. "No, I'm going to vomit. I really want to vomit." Bruce Banner looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help saying, because he saw his good friend Tony Stark's head being swallowed by a giant ant. Although he also knew that it was a zombie and could no longer be considered his good friend, he felt very complicated when he saw his good friend end up like this. Bruce Banner is just an ordinary person. The Hulk fights in his daily battles. Seeing this scene, He couldn't stand it and vomited directly. Tony Stark outside the screen saw this scene. Although he knew that it was just a zombie, not himself, he still felt very uncomfortable. After all, it was another version of himself, but he was so fragile. And why are there such big ants in this world? They look like cows. Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? This is not reasonable at all. Not scientific at all. However, they still recognized that the battlesuit worn by the Wasp was not the same as Ant-Man, but it can basically be seen that it is the same system. They can all be enlarged and shrunk instantly. At this time, they suddenly remembered that the agent mentioned by Nick Fury before, who was the same as Ant-Man, was the Wasp. In the picture, the second generation Wasp Hope Van Dyne didn't say much nonsense and said directly, "Follow them, it's safe with them." Are you talking about these big ants? Who are you? Bruce Banner asked puzzledly. He was a little confused. Could this be a new Avenger? How could he be so strange? He didn't recognize him at all. The third update is here. Rushing for the monthly ticket list. Urgent tickets. Chapter 159. The Avengers cause the zombie virus to infect the world. Fourth update. 1200 additional updates. I'm the only remaining Avenger, said Hope Van Dyne, the second generation Wasp. As soon as he finished speaking, Bruce Banner was taken away in an instant. The person who took him away was none other than Spider-Man Peter Parker. Don't eat me, don't eat me, don't. Bruce Banner said in horror. He thought he had encountered another zombie. Hey, calm down. The voice of Spider-Man Peter Parker came. I'm your good neighbor, Spider-Man. Really? Well, what happened to my neighbors? Bruce Banner asked, after he calmed down. However, Spider-Man Peter Parker did not answer, leaving only a figure in the sunset. Outside the screen, everyone saw this scene and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The situation in this world does not seem to be that bad, which means that there are still some survivors in this world. If it is enlarged to the entire Earth, there will still be enough humans surviving. Maybe human civilization will be rebuilt one day. After all, it seems that it should not be transmitted through the air, so there is still hope. Some isolated islands and some mountainous areas may still have people living. These zombies still have the abilities they had in life, so they may still have some intelligence. I suspect that they are not without intelligence, but are just covered up by hunger. Tony Stark said. Didn't Lin Feng say that there is a zombie universe where zombies devoured everyone driven by boundless hunger? Even in that universe, the zombie version of me can make devices that transcend time and space, which means they may not be without intelligence. And what I fear most is that, if these zombies continue to develop, is it possible for them to develop a civilization belonging to zombies? Tony Stark expressed his biggest worry, and just thinking about it made him feel chilled. It's like we humans have developed our own civilization, which is essentially for survival and better survival. But what about these zombies? If they are not brainless, but have considerable intelligence, then it would be quite scary, because in a sense, they may be another kind of civilization. Although they seem to devour all living things that can be eaten unscrupulously, what is the difference between them and us humans in essence? Is it possible that one day they will also keep humans in captivity, just like we keep those Danwu in captivity? Tony Stark's words made everyone reveal a bit of horror. If there is such a possibility, it would be too scary. A civilization composed of zombies. They are smart and powerful, and there is no difference between them and humans except eating human flesh. They can even keep their food in captivity like humans. If it comes to that, the Earth will be too scary. The evolution of life wisdom is full of contingency. Who knows if these zombies will have such an evolution? Tony Stark said. The more people thought about it, the more terrifying they felt. If they calculated it this way, there is indeed such a possibility. If this is true, the future of mankind will be difficult. And everyone, look at how fast those two men of Thanos turned into zombies. 10 seconds? What does that mean? It means that the speed of virus transmission and infection is extremely fast. Not only Earth creatures, but also alien creatures can't escape, and even Thanos may not be able to escape. Tony Stark continued. This means that it is very likely that the virus will evolve very quickly. When it becomes intelligent, it will quickly take over human civilization and form a zombie civilization that surpasses human civilization. Everyone didn't even have time to worry about it. The video continued, and the voice of the observer continued to come. Like many doomsdays, this place was once full of love and hope. Dr. Hank Pym entered the quantum realm 2 weeks ago to find his long-lost wife. As the observer slowly told the facts, everyone saw Hank Pym driving the quantum shuttle into the quantum realm. Everyone widened their eyes. Isn't this the problem that Lin Feng mentioned when picking up people from the quantum realm? Seeing this scene, even Tony Stark couldn't help showing a bit of admiration. This technology is indeed something he can't conquer at present. The so-called heroes appreciate heroes, probably just like this. Especially in the quantum field. If it weren't for Lin Feng's diary, for him, it is still a scientific virgin land, and he would not want to explore it at all. In the microscopic field, the physical laws of the macroscopic universe will lose their effect. As for what it will become, it is all pure guessing, and there is no way to confirm it. But when the outside world can only rely on guessing, this old man has actually been able to make a quantum shuttle to enter it. The level of this black technology is not inferior to his arc reactor at all, and it is even more outrageous. But in this universe, because of the infection of the quantum virus, Janet Van Dyne's brain is damaged, so 30 years later, when she finally reunited with her husband, the scene that everyone saw made them frightened, because Janet Van Dyne, who appeared again, took off her mask, and there was no human face on it. She had completely turned into a zombie, and her appearance was even worse than the zombie version of Tony Stark. It can almost be said that only skin and bones are left, or even just bones. Ordinary zombies are not so dangerous and terrible. Oh, an accident happened. Everyone saw Janet Van Dyne throw her husband Hank Pym to the ground and bite him randomly. Obviously, she was really hungry and hadn't eaten a bite of meat in 30 years. When the quantum shuttle appeared again, all the terrible disasters finally happened. Hope Van Dyne's long-awaited family reunion has come to nothing. The second generation of Wasp was greeted not by her parents, but by 2 zombies. This further confirmed everyone's speculation that these zombies are not without wisdom. How can they take the shuttle back to Earth without wisdom? But no matter how wise they are, they can't resist this terrible hunger. Driven by hunger, they can really eat everything. So, why is there air in the quantum field? How can they survive in it? I don't understand. Bruce Banner said, in the quantum realm, the atoms that make up oxygen must also be super large, right? But no matter how they survived, it is now a reality that they survived. We have to consider dealing with this possibility, Nick Fury said. At this time, in the picture, the first generation Ant-Man and the first generation Wasp directly pounced on their daughter. At the critical moment, Hope Van Dyne used the shrinking function of the battlesuit to avoid this terrible attack, but her boyfriend, the second generation Ant-Man Scott Lang, behind her was not so lucky. He was eaten clean. At this time, probably only by turning into a zombie will you not be eaten. Yes, they don't eat zombies. Once you become a zombie, you won't be eaten. Hawkeye Barton said. So it seems that it is better to become a zombie or die directly? Everyone nodded. They found that these zombies seemed not to eat their own kind, but only humans. Once humans became zombies, they became the same kind, so naturally they would not be eaten. Maybe the zombies also think that zombie meat is really unpalatable. Of course, this depends on the speed at which the zombies eat. If they eat a little faster, they will most likely not become zombies, but directly become food. If they are eaten slowly, they can probably still become zombies. The more shocking scene is still unfolding in the picture. The entire Northwest Atlantic region has been completely occupied within 24 hours. Everyone has a question mark in their minds. Northwest Atlantic region. Where is that? Isn't it North America? With the United States as the center, it directly spreads and infects Canada and Mexico. And it only took 1 day. This spread speed is somewhat outrageous. The 3 countries have a total of more than 20 million square kilometers of land, but it only lasted for 1 day. Even if you use air virus to spread, you can't spread all over North America within 24 hours. There are zombies everywhere, and the members of the Avengers are also dispatched at this time. In addition to the first generation of the Avengers, there is also a new hero, Black Panther T'Challa. However, ironically, it is the heroism of the Avengers that led to this tragedy. The observer continued. Listen to my command. Captain America Rogers just finished speaking when he felt that he was bitten. Yes, it was the shrunken first generation Ant-Man Hank Pym. Starting with Captain America Rogers, soon, even other superheroes of the Avengers were also in trouble. Almost no one could resist this quantum virus. Because once the most powerful heroes on Earth are infected, others will have no hope of survival. Of course, unless they understand the law of survival. This scene directly silenced everyone. It turned out that they were the ones who broke the loophole. They were too arrogant. A small team came to support without knowing what happened. As a result, with Captain America Rogers being bitten, everyone suffered. If ordinary people become zombies, they can still call on the Avengers to deal with it. But now these superheroes have also become zombies. So who will deal with it all? No, we must find a way to have a plan. Since people can be bitten by zombies and become zombies, what if it is a robot army? Tony Stark thought to himself, 1200 votes for more. Please subscribe. Chapter 160 Superheroes die in piles. Tony Stark has made plans to expand his robot army. Whether it is to deal with the future invasion of the Chitauri, the invasion of Thanos, or the situation of this zombie virus, a sufficiently powerful robot army is needed. He can even relax his authority a little, so that governments can also have a robot army to deal with this zombie army. He now has a lot of nightmare materials every day. The invasion of the Chitauri, the invasion of Dormammu, the invasion of Asgard, the riot of Hydra, the invasion of the Skrulls, the invasion of Thanos, and he has nightmares every night. Now, there is another zombie world. However, he doesn't know that his robot army is also part of a huge disaster. Captain America Rogers saw this scene and couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. He had never thought about dealing with zombies before, and it was such a small Ant-Man zombie. He almost died after just holding on for a while. He must be more careful in the future, and must not be careless again. But then the picture turned, and the appearance of Spider-Man Peter Parker appeared in the video. He was recording the video while talking. Although it was the end of the world, he seemed to be unaffected. New York, with the New York metropolis, the Lexler building, and the beauties in Sex and the City, is now a zombie paradise. If you can survive here, you can survive anywhere. But first, don't get eaten. At this time, another person wearing a t-shirt came on stage. It was none other than Tony Stark's bodyguard, Happy. When everyone saw the words on his t-shirt, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Because the words on the t-shirt were, "I have someone in my heart, my real life Thor." It has to be said that, since Tony Stark announced that he was Iron Man in 2008, various superheroes and supervillains have emerged like mushrooms after rain. Their popularity has also soared, comparable to the biggest world superstars, with countless fans. Among them, Homelander Lin Feng, Iron Man Tony Stark, Spider-Woman, Wonder Woman, etc. are all popular superstars at the top, and various peripheral products are emerging in an endless stream. This is also the place where Lin Feng often complains. These people produced his peripherals, but they didn't want to pay a dime for the copyright. It's simply abominable. In Asgard, Thor saw this scene and couldn't help laughing, feeling proud. In the picture, more and more humans began to appear gradually. Just as they imagined, there are still some humans in this world, including Black Panther T'Challa's female General Okoye. Oh, I'm just showing the promotional video to Dr. Banner. Spider-Man Peter Parker hurriedly explained. Female General Okoye stepped forward and shook hands and said, "I'm General Okoye of Dora Milaje of the Wakanda Royal Guard. You really picked a good time to come, General." Bruce Banner said. "Drive Banner, I swear to what I said." Female General Okoye said very seriously. Arking and the Avengers disappeared a few weeks ago. Since the zombie outbreak, we have seen hope for the first time. We received a telegram. A survivor camp claims that they have made progress in drug development. What? Great. The global crisis has been resolved. We should celebrate. Spider-Man Peter Parker said excitedly. Don't be too happy too soon. Winter Soldier Bucky poured cold water on everyone. The indicator is encrypted. We don't know where the telegram came from. This telegram is written in a non-linear 6-digit code. Bruce Banner quickly saw some clues on the projection screen. Agent Carter, do you recognize that place? Winter Soldier Bucky said. He was naturally asking about Captain America Rogers' second girlfriend, Sharon Carter. Sharon Carter replied, in Camp Lehigh, New Jersey, the first base of SHIELD. There may be equipment for you to synthesize therapeutic drugs. Then we will set off at sunset. Black female General Okoye said. It's really a village with bright lights after dark. Happy said a little excitedly. Let's go to New Jersey. Soon, everyone decided to go to New Jersey. Everyone felt like a new hope. Captain America Rogers was very excited to see his friend Bucky, especially since they were all together, which meant that his friend Bucky could be transformed and could get rid of the control of Hydra. This sudden news gave the Avengers both inside and outside the screen a glimmer of hope to save the world. But soon, this glimmer of hope also encountered difficulties. In order to go to New Jersey, they had to go to the train station, but the train was broken and had to be repaired before it could be used. During this process, zombies attacked again, and the first one to be killed was Happy, who was still very depressed just now. And the one who attacked him was none other than Hawkeye Barton. Hawkeye Barton outside the screen was speechless when he saw this scene. He didn't expect that even he could not escape the fate of becoming a zombie. Not long after, the zombie Happy also ran out, and together with the zombie Falcon Sam, they directly attacked everyone. After a fierce battle, everyone finally solved the zombies, started the train and headed for New Jersey. But just when everyone thought that the torture was finally over, suddenly, another figure jumped out, but it was not someone else, but the zombie Captain America Rogers. After becoming a zombie, even true love could not stop the zombie Captain America from attacking the Winter Soldier. In the end, Captain America Rogers was cut in half by the Winter Soldier Bucky with a shield. Goodbye, brother, Winter Soldier Bucky said, and put away Captain America's shield. Captain America Rogers, who was outside the screen, looked at this scene with mixed feelings. Of course, he would not be angry. He knew very well that it was no longer himself, and he had become a monster. On the contrary, if the Winter Soldier Bucky became such a monster, he would also take action, but he still felt bad. Then everyone saw that the second generation Wasp Hope was scratched by the zombie Sharon Carter. Everyone knew what the result meant. You and I both know what to do. Hope Van Dyne, the second generation Wasp, was the first to break the silence. No, we have to hold on until the last moment. General Okoye disagreed completely. Do you really want to take this risk? Hope Van Dyne, the second generation Wasp, asked back. This is not an adventure, but not giving up hope. Spider-Man Peter Parker immediately persuaded. Anyone who has seen zombie movies knows that this is the secret to survival. Besides, isn't this your hope? This must mean something. Kid, how did you do this? Hope Van Dyne, the second generation Wasp, looked at Spider-Man and asked the question in her heart. Watching movies crazily, video club. Spider-Man Peter Parker explained. No, I mean, how can you always be so optimistic? Hope Van Dyne, the second generation Wasp, interrupted the other party and said. Even after all this? After hearing this, Spider-Man Peter Parker finally spoke out the reason that was buried deep in his heart. I think life has been testing me. My parents, Uncle Ben, Mr. Stark, and then Happy. I think I have lost too much, but Aunt May always said that they can no longer smile. If I can't continue to live with a smile, then I'm not really alive. And they want me to keep moving forward. No Spider-Man can avoid the pain of separation, but the pain faced by Spider-Man in this world is many times greater. He has lost all his relatives and friends who can lose. Parents, Uncle Ben, Aunt May, Godfather Tony Stark, good friends, lover MJ, and Happy. He has nothing left to lose. Just when everyone was immersed in this pain, the train had no fuel and had to stop. However, at this time, it was still a long distance from the camp. In this situation, the second generation Wasp took a deep breath. She made a decision and rushed over with everyone. Listen to me, everyone knows that I don't have much time left. If I have to die, I hope that my death can solve the chaos I created. The second generation Wasp Hope Van Dyne said. This zombie crisis sweeping the world is essentially the result of their family's long missing mother. Please, Hope, it's not your fault. Bruce Banner comforted. I was so obsessed with bringing my mother back that I didn't consider the possible consequences of bringing her back. The second generation wasp Hope Van Dyne said painfully. Now she not only failed to bring her real mother back, but also led the whole world into hell. I caused all this, and you have to put an end to it. In the end, she became bigger and took everyone over, but she herself was also overwhelmed by zombies. Peter, smile. Just think of it as for me, okay? As soon as the voice fell, the second generation wasp Hope Van Dyne was pulled down by countless zombies, and then overwhelmed by countless zombies. But guys, why don't they climb the fence? Bucky saw that the zombies didn't dare to approach the fence of the base, as if they were restrained by some force. In the next moment, an unexpected person appeared. This person turned out to be Vision, who appeared in the Avengers Civil War. Seeing Vision, Bruce Banner rushed up and hugged him. You can't imagine how happy I'm to see a familiar face like yours instead of those disgusting faces that were bitten off. Chapter 161. Ant-Man and Zombie Wanda are left with only their heads. Vision said, "This is one of the benefits of being a robot. I'm not on their menu. So that's how it is. That's why you can contain those zombies." Bruce Banner realized something and said immediately. Vision just smiled faintly, then led everyone into the base and said, "Mind gem, my origin. Zombies don't like the sub-frequency emitted by the gem. Does that mean that zombie infection is a kind of hepatic encephalopathy?" Bruce Banner said, his brain running fast, thinking about some limited medical knowledge he had learned before. "That's right." Vision nodded and said, "The virus can overload the limbic system of the brain. So as soon as I found out that the infected people hate the mind gem, I was testing whether the mind gem can restore them to their original state by radiating energy to them." Everyone hurriedly recorded this key point. It turned out that the core of this quantum virus was actually because of this reason. These people became zombies, and it is possible to change back. What is the relationship between this mind gem and the mind scepter? Hawkeye Barton said as he looked at the mind gem mentioned in the picture. "I know, it's the gem on the mind scepter, right?" He looked at everyone, and they didn't seem to be surprised by this, and they seemed to have guessed it a long time ago. This is not difficult to guess. From the name to the appearance of the gem on Vision's forehead, it is enough to make everyone think of many things. Sure enough, just as I guessed before, Vision is a robot. Vision is Jarvis. No, at least Vision's underlying code is Jarvis. Tony Stark said. "No wonder I feel something is wrong. Vision is Jarvis, but he is not Jarvis, so he has that weird ability to switch between reality and illusion. It turns out that this is the reason." Tony Stark was still very strange before. Although he thought Vision was Jarvis, he felt that this ability was obviously not a scientific ability, and he thought it was a magic ability. But now all the truth is revealed. If the Mind Stone is the Mind Scepter, then the order should be that Loki invaded and brought the Mind Scepter with him. When the Chitauri invaded, they used the Mind Scepter to shut down the space teleportation device, and then the Mind Scepter was stolen by Hydra. Then our Avengers conquered the Hydra base and took the Mind Scepter back. I used the Mind Stone on the Mind Scepter and Jarvis is programmed to create this vision. Tony Stark silently sorted out the process in his heart. Finally, there is a way. Black Widow Natasha said. Since it is related to this energy frequency, then we just need to wait for Loki to invade, then defeat him, and take the scepter from his hand, and then we can test it. Yes, it is a certain energy frequency, so we can imitate this energy frequency. If such a thing really happens, the impact of the matter can be minimized. Tony Stark said. And what Vision said also confirmed our previous view. These zombies are probably intelligent, but because they are affected by a certain virus, their brains are overloaded, and this overload may be the root cause of their desire to devour all living things. If we can find out the reason, then we will have a way to deal with it. Everyone nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. This virus is too scary, but fortunately there is no way to deal with it. Otherwise, that world would be truly desperate. At this time, in the picture, Wakanda's female General Okoye asked, "Did you succeed?" Vision did not speak, but a cheerful voice came. Dang 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 dang, look. Wait, who is talking? Is it a ghost? Spider-Man Peter Parker was startled and said, "Damn, can someone help me turn around?" The voice continued. My cool appearance is gone. I have to make this thing electric. And everyone soon found out that the source of the voice was Ant-Man Scott, who was left with only one head. After seeing this head, everyone showed incredible expressions. Because they remember that this Ant-Man Scott was not the first one to be eaten by his zombie father-in-law and mother-in-law. Now he looks alive, although only a head is left, but this is enough to prove that the method mentioned by Vision may be really useful, and this Ant-Man Scott is one of the test subjects. But this is enough to prove that the first generation of Ant-Man and the first generation of Wasp ate really fast, and only a head was left. Facing the shocked eyes of everyone, Ant-Man Scott said optimistically, I know, but I just lost some weight. Thank you for your concern. Compared with other dead people, he is still very good, although only a head is left. It's really a hell joke. But don't worry, I won't let my head get infected. Ant-Man Scott said, but seeing that everyone didn't think this joke was funny, he could only laugh at himself, and then said, sorry, I just use jokes to tell sad stories. Hank doesn't like my jokes. Hank used to dislike it. Ant-Man Scott sighed and said, hey, Hank. Hey, don't cry, it will fog up the hood. Then the black female General Okoye walked up to him and comforted him. Sorry, I know. Ant-Man Scott Lang showed a bit of sadness on his face. It's just that, if that bad-tempered old man can scold me again, I'm willing to do anything for him. And Vision said at this time, the point is, I cured him. In other words, you can also cure others? Spider-Man Peter Parker said excitedly. In theory, but, Vision said hesitantly, we need to connect to the satellite network. Bruce Banner suddenly realized, and he immediately figured out the key, and said, and broadcast the frequency of the Mind Stone to the world. Okay, say it again. In theory, Vision said excitedly, as if he had just thought of the instructions. But it can't be done with human technology at present. Tony Stark saw this and immediately said, Jarvis, establish a new research project, a high-power signal satellite, which must be able to broadcast the frequency to the whole world. Okay, sir. Jarvis said. In the picture, Wakanda's female General Okoye also proposed a solution. Going to Wakanda should be the last pure land for mankind. Force field shield. Tony Stark was a little dumbfounded. This technology was developed by Wakanda, an African country. Even he couldn't develop it at present. How did he do it? Nick Fury, is Wakanda so powerful? Tony Stark asked. I only know that this country is rich in vibranium, and I have bought some. Nick Fury was also completely dumbfounded. He didn't know that Wakanda actually had such technology. In his impression, there are no technologically advanced countries in the African continent, whether it is a so-called white Africa or black Africa. Even the so-called once developed country South Africa is actually just a flower stand, and there is no real high-tech to show. And this Wakanda, in their SHIELD archives, is still a tribal country, and the king is elected by 5 tribes. Such a country would not be looked at by the great American empire, but it actually has such high technology. There is no doubt that Wakanda has entered Nick Fury's little notebook. We must find a way to infiltrate and find out the true situation of Wakanda. At this time, in the picture, Bruce Banner checked the computer of the base and soon found something wrong. According to these security records, we are not the first to respond to Vision signal. There are other survivors? Where are they? Spider-Man asked. Suddenly, the atmosphere became weird and terrifying. On the other side, Bucky, the Winter Soldier who was searching the base, found a terrible monster, a zombie wearing red clothes and long red hair. In Sokovia, in the Hydra base, Wanda recognized at a glance that this monster was none other than her future self. It's really disgusting. Quicksilver Pietro on the side looked disgusted. Don't turn into a zombie. It's too ugly. Your face is full of rotten flesh. Look at your face. It's scary. Wanda rolled her eyes at her brother and said, if you turn into a zombie, you will only be uglier than me. But she was also extremely shocked. She didn't expect that her future self would not be able to resist this so-called quantum virus. I won't turn into a zombie. I'm a speedster, don't you know? I run super fast. Quicksilver Pietro said. These zombies can't catch up with me. But if you turn into a zombie, there will be no hope. Is there anyone on the whole earth who can escape your bite? Wanda thought of a terrible possibility. If her brother Quicksilver hadn't died at that time, he would probably become the most terrifying source of infection on Earth in history. Quicksilver Pietro thought about it, and it was true. He was not well all of a sudden. Instead of turning into a zombie, it would be better to die hastily. At least he wouldn't eat human flesh and turn into a monster. He continued to watch, and just when the Winter Soldier Bucky was about to attack the zombie Wanda, he was stopped by a very weak voice. "Stop it, you'll piss her off." Chapter 162 Zombie Wanda eats Black Panther T'Challa. Conspiracy exposed. Bucky followed the sound, and found that it was T'Challa behind the curtain in a corner. He exclaimed, "T'Challa." The strange thing was, that T'Challa looked very bad, and even lost one leg. "Bucky." T'Challa looked at Bucky and said quickly, "Is it really you?" Bucky said in disbelief. "Who made you like this?" "There is no time, we have to leave immediately," T'Challa said quickly. He thought of something extremely terrifying, and didn't even want to stay here for a moment. Bucky didn't ask much. He believed in T'Challa's judgment, and took him away quickly, but he still alarmed the very unstable zombie Wanda. However, at this time, the video scene turned, and came to the other side of the base. Vision was about to attack everyone. He said, "I'm sorry, Dr. Banner, I really hope you didn't find us." Vision, what on earth is this place? Bruce Banner realized that something was wrong, but he was still a little bit unbelievable. Trap. It was Black Panther T'Challa who arrived in time and exposed Vision's true face. "Your Majesty, we all thought you were dead." Female General Okoye hurried forward and looked at her king, Black Panther T'Challa, in surprise and joy. Black Panther T'Challa explained, "Vision caught me in San Francisco. I thought he was saving me, but in fact, he was taking T'Challa." Winter Soldier Bucky on the side also explained that he had just heard Black Panther T'Challa talk about what happened on the road. Vision kept him alive and used him as food for the zombie bride. That gothic girl. I knew it, I just felt something was wrong. Ant-Man Scott seemed to want to express something, but this was the first time he knew about this, and he had no idea that Vision had such a plan. "Her name is Wanda," Vision said calmly. "I understand your anger, and I assure you that, although my behavior is annoying, it is also logical." At this point, he had nothing to hide, and the only possibility left for the two sides was a fight to the death. "I want to say something for Vision," Ant-Man Scott said. "Well, I have nothing to say." Seeing this scene, Quicksilver Pietro glanced at his sister and said, "Wow, it's really affectionate. How could this robot think of this, using normal people to feed you, and this husband that Lin Feng mentioned later, couldn't it be this robot?" "But that's not right. If it was this robot, then how did you have a child?" Enough. Wanda saw this scene, but she didn't feel any affection at all. On the contrary, she only felt extremely disgusted. Even if this is love, it is also an evil and twisted love. When she thought that, if she became a zombie, she would eat people crazily, and someone would use human bodies to feed herself, she felt extremely disgusted. How could normal people accept such a thing as cannibalism? Even in the explosion world, cannibalism is a very explosive thing. Because she is just a normal person now, and has not been saved by Vision, and has not fallen in love with Vision, so she now has only a deep hatred for this Vision who feeds her. She has already become a zombie, so can she still be considered a human being? Can she even be considered a living creature? Such behavior can't please her, and can only make her feel extremely disgusted, and disgusted. Even if she meets Vision in the future, she will never fall in love with such a robot that regards human life as worthless. If there really comes a day like that, she would rather die than eat people. A monster uses her body to do unimaginable things. Are you afraid of a lover who will ask you to eat human flesh at a critical moment? She is quite afraid anyway. For some people, even if it is hurting you in the name of love, it is worth it. From this point of view, Vision is no different from many humans. Humans are such complex creatures, which are so strange. At this time, the little spider Peter Parker in the picture asked a question in his heart. He said, "Wait a minute, I don't understand. You cured the talking head, but you couldn't cure her?" And this is also what everyone is confused about. Since Vision can already cure people, and even reverse people from zombies back to humans, this technology should be very mature, so why can't he cure Wanda? She is too powerful and resisted the treatment. Vision slowly gave his explanation. Everyone knew that whether the disease could be cured was directly related to the person himself. In fact, the stronger the person was, the more likely he would be unable to be cured at a critical moment, because he could resist the energy of the mind gem. For the sake of his beloved, the robot Vision has gone completely crazy. In the picture, the Vision faced everyone's gaze and said lightly, "The only thing I can do is to control her and her desires. Why not destroy her?" General Okoye said with a very dangerous light flashing in her eyes. From the moment she knew that her king, Black Panther T'Challa, was captured, the robot in front of her had become an extremely dangerous and terrible enemy. I can't do it," Vision said helplessly. From the robot's rational point of view, he knew what to do was best, but emotionally, he couldn't do it. He had the Mind Stone, so he was fundamentally different from Ultron. Ultron could destroy the world for what he imagined was good for mankind. But he couldn't, and now his behavioral logic was infinitely close to that of humans. So reason is reason, and emotion is emotion, and he couldn't separate them completely. You lured innocent people into a trap and let them go to death, but in the name of love? Bruce Banner asked angrily. Love? That's terrible. Ant-Man Scott just thought it was funny. I still can't understand everything I did, Vision said. He didn't quite understand his current state. Is this the so-called love? This is not the result of rational deduction of data. He even knew that the so-called love was just the result of hormone secretion. But he was a robot. Where did the hormone secretion come from? How could he produce love? He didn't know. He only knew that he had to protect Wanda at all costs, even in such a twisted way. So you should bow to human justice. Female General Okoye roared angrily. She was holding a spear and was about to attack this robot who dared to treat his king as his woman's food. Even though she might not be an opponent, this was her duty. You woke her up. Vision faced the aggressive female General Okoye, but just looked behind her and said, "She hasn't eaten for several days." Finally everyone realized that something was wrong, and they hurriedly looked behind them. The door was blasted open by chaos magic, and a figure flashing red light appeared. It was none other than the zombie Scarlet Witch, Wanda. At this time, the zombie Wanda walked towards the crowd step by step. She looked extremely terrifying, like a monster. No, isn't she a monster in this state? A monster that has been completely driven by hunger to devour all living things. It had been Vision who had been suppressing the zombie Wanda before, but now that she has been awakened, it is no use. She wants to eat people. She wants to see rivers of blood. The zombie Wanda is very scary, and she is not afraid of everyone's attacks at all. At this point, Bruce Banner can only ask Vision for help and said, "Vision, we need your help. Take us away from here." He didn't know if it would work, or if he could awaken Vision, who was obsessed with it, but he had no other choice. Wanda's brutality and the bitter battle with everyone finally broke the fantasy in Vision's heart. His rationality regained the upper hand. After all, he was a super robot, a super AI. At this time, the Mind Stone on his head broke the gate of the base, allowing everyone to escape, but someone was caught in the end. It was none other than the black female General Okoye. Vision took this opportunity to destroy the base, but it was just a stopgap measure. He couldn't stop Wanda at all. Wanda, after being transformed into a zombie, was really terrifying. There's not much time left. There's a jet in the hangar. Vision pointed to the distance and said, "Aren't you coming along?" Bruce Banner asked with a little confusion when he saw this. "I must atone for what I did," Vision said with a gloomy look, "and I can't bear to leave her." As he said this, he actually dug out his mind gem, which was the foundation of his existence. Tony Stark outside the screen was stunned when he saw this scene, which was different from what he imagined. He always believed that Vision was Jarvis, so Vision's thinking was actually the underlying code he wrote, which was essentially Jarvis's code. And the so-called mind gem might just serve as an infinite energy source, or enable Vision to perform certain magical methods. Otherwise, there couldn't be an arc reactor in Vision's body, right? But this scene now completely overturned his cognition. It turned out that the mind gem was Vision's body, not Jarvis' program. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, The 5-Gem Thanos becomes a zombie. The universe is over. 4th update, 1250 extra updates. Obviously, Vision is not a simple strong artificial intelligence. It should be a creature created by some coincidence with the Mind Stone as the core and Jarvis's program as the basic code. It is not a simple AI robot, but some kind of artificial intelligence life. Not long after Vision's death, the zombie Wanda had overturned the ruins of the base and flew out directly. His expression was extremely hideous and terrifying. He looked down at everyone, as if looking at a pile of food. When she saw Vision's body, it was unimaginable that she actually showed a bit of painful expression on her face. For a brain that has completely lost its ability to think and only has the instinct to eat, it is undoubtedly almost impossible to happen, but it happened. It is conceivable how deep her feelings for Vision are. But everyone outside the screen took a breath when they saw this scene, which further proved one thing, that is, these zombies really have their own wisdom, and in the future, maybe they will really form a zombie civilization. Finally, the furious zombie Wanda took action and rushed directly towards Bucky, the Winter Soldier behind the palace. The bullets shot by Bucky the Winter Soldier were directly blocked by zombie Wanda's chaos magic and were blocked in midair, unable to penetrate her chaos magic shield. After confirming that everyone had left on the plane, Bucky the Winter Soldier finally breathed a sigh of relief and then rushed towards Scarlet Witch Wanda, shooting while trying to attract her attention and continue to delay time. However, his strength was too far behind Wanda's, and he could not make zombie Wanda pause for a moment. Even when everyone was about to leave, zombie Wanda caught up directly, rushed in at the moment Bruce Banner tried to close the hatch, and bit Bruce Banner's arm. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Hulk, who had been unwilling to come out, manifested an arm to block zombie Wanda's bite, otherwise, he would really be finished. Obviously, Hulk also felt the danger of zombie Wanda. Although Hulk's self-esteem was completely hit after being beaten by Thanos like a strong man beating a child, he was unwilling to come out, but at this time he still showed an arm to help Bruce Banner and block this critical bite. Ha 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 ha, good rescue, big guy, Bruce Banner said with a laugh. But more and more zombies formed a frenzy. At this time, it was Bruce Banner's turn to rush out. He used himself as bait to try to buy enough time for everyone. A group of superheroes, or even Bucky, the Winter Soldier who was once a supervillain, even Vision, who fell into the villain. At the critical moment, they all reflected their spirit and pattern as superheroes. Regardless of whether they were shaken or not, at the critical moment, they still chose to be selfless and sacrifice themselves. Just when the people outside the screen were watching with their hair standing on end and seeing that Bruce Banner was about to sacrifice, Hulk finally reappeared and directly resolved the crisis for everyone. Before everyone could breathe a sigh of relief, they saw the second generation Wasp, who had sacrificed herself for everyone, grab the plane and almost pulled it down. In the end, everyone drove the plane away from the scene, and this journey was too frightening. The superhero team, which was originally considered to be large in number, was left with only 3 people at the end. It was thrilling and tragic. The screen turned and everyone saw that the plane had crossed the Atlantic Ocean and arrived at the African continent under the sunset. There are still 20 minutes to go. Black Panther T'Challa looked at the time and said, "Another victory for the Avengers." Ant-Man Scott said happily, "Come on, high five and celebrate. Don't worry about me. Are you okay?" Black Panther T'Challa saw that the little spider Peter Parker next to him seemed a little lonely and said, "Little spider Peter Parker said a little lonely. Mr. Stark invited me to join the Avengers last year and I rejected him at that time. Now they are all gone, but I'm still alive. This time in the zombie crisis, he lost too many people." Black Panther T'Challa looked at Spider-Man Peter Parker and said, "In Wakanda's culture, death is not the end. As long as we always remember, they are still by our side. Besides, it's not that they are all gone. I'm still here. You still have me." Ant-Man Scott comforted him. "Sorry, I forgot that you are also an Avenger. Spider-Man Peter Parker only remembered at this time that Ant-Man Scott was also a member of the Avengers. Well, this is actually a guy that is easy to forget. Yes, this is my highlight moment. Ant-Man Scott said with a somewhat proud look, although I haven't officially joined yet, you know, I have already joined in spirit. Great, the world now needs a little spirit. Black Panther T'Challa smiled and encouraged. As long as we bring the mind gem to Wakanda, we can save the world. Spider-Man Peter Parker also nodded in agreement. He can finally save the world. As long as he brings the mind gem to Wakanda and uses Wakanda's technology, the whole world can be restored. No matter what it will become at that time, it will at least be much better than the current world full of zombies. This is their only hope, and also the only hope of mankind. Even in the most difficult times, humans will spare no effort to save their homeland. The figure of the observer reappeared, and he said a meaningful sentence. Even if the price may be the entire universe. When everyone heard the words of the observer, they immediately thought to themselves, could it be that something happened to Wakanda? Soon, they knew where the problem was, and it turned out to be Thanos. It turned out that after Hulk arrived on Earth, Thanos also arrived on Earth soon after. His goal was Wakanda. However, as soon as he arrived in Wakanda, he was attacked by a group of zombies. What's outrageous is that this universe overlord that the three giants of the Avengers could not deal with was directly submerged in the group of zombies. What's more terrifying is that Thanos has also become a zombie. 5 of the 6 infinite gems on the infinite gauntlet have been collected. Now the 3 of them have directly sent the mind gem to Thanos. This means that Thanos has the possibility of eating the entire universe. Although everyone doesn't know what the infinite gems are, they still feel tingling at this time. If the zombie crisis could be said to be under control on Earth before, then with Thanos being bitten and turned into a zombie, the entire universe is not far from being completely zombieized. And the God King Odin, who knows the Infinity Gauntlet and what the 6 Infinity Stones mean when gathered together, even feels like he is falling into an ice cave at this time. If the timeline really turns out like this, then Asgard is really finished, and I'm afraid that I can't stop Thanos at all. If we really talk about strength, they are at most equal in all aspects, but if I were unarmed and met the 6th stone Thanos, I would really be dead. This timeline is too dangerous. Even an old god king like him feels so horrible that he has no chance of winning at all. This universe will become a zombie paradise. And the people of SHIELD feel even more horrible. Such a world has no chance of winning at all. If it is said that before Thanos came, Black Panther and Spider-Man Peter Parker still had a little chance, then now, there is no hope at all. Thanos will devour all hope. With his strength and the spaceship he owns, it is enough to spread the zombie virus to the entire universe. Basically, this universe is finished. No wonder even Lin Feng feels desperate and suffocated. After watching it, they also feel desperate and suffocated. I originally thought that too many timelines might not be a good thing, especially when we are not in the so-called correct time, but now it seems that this is not bad. Hawkeye Barton shrugged and said, at least there is a backup. If there really comes a day, my relatives and friends live well in another timeline, it seems not bad. Everyone thought about it, and it seemed to make some sense. Compared with the annihilation of the whole army, it seems not bad to have such a peaceful world. The existence of timelines not only has bad sides, but also good sides. Just like a backup, it may not be useful, but it cannot be absent. No matter what, we must find a way to monitor that old man Hank Pym. Tony Stark said, this is the real dangerous person. Compared with him, Ivan Vanko and his ilk are nothing. Yeah. Nick Fury nodded seriously. Suddenly seeing such a future, although in Lin Feng's words, it may be just a very niche timeline, and their timeline may only have a small probability of developing like this, but as long as it is not zero, as long as it is possible, he cannot accept it, and must monitor it thoroughly. He already has severe paranoia, and now seeing this situation, the symptoms broke out instantly. He has made up his mind to plant spies around Hank Pym and inside Pym Technologies. It is best to monitor everyone. If Lin Feng hadn't said that this was related to too many major events in the future, he might have taken action directly and completely wiped out this dangerous family. Who knows what they are researching? The 4th update is here. Please support and subscribe. Chapter 164. Iron Man and Batman. Who is richer? Through this video, everyone is fully aware that this family is really dangerous and that Pime particle is really dangerous. It successfully aggravated the condition of 2 patients with severe paranoia. For Lin Feng, although he is worried that the timeline of the zombie world may become their timeline, it is only a low probability event after all. After all, no matter how outrageous it is, this is only a timeline derived from the movie universe, not from the comic universe. If it is a timeline derived from the comics, then Lin Feng can now consider which corner of the universe to hide in. At this stage, his strength has obviously been greatly improved, but that is only under the worldview of the movie universe. If it is in the worldview of the comic universe, there is no chance of winning at all. Okay. Any superhero who seems to be so powerful at ordinary times becomes a super scary monster under the blessing of the worldview. For example, the plot of Captain America Rogers using the Infinity Gauntlet to push away another Earth is absolutely impossible in the movie universe. It is too outrageous. The real trouble is that the universe overlords like Thanos are inexplicably interested in the Earth. A mere quantum virus, as long as it is not airborne, is not a big problem. Not long after, Darren Cross had made a decision and resigned directly from Pime Technology. This is also a ruthless person. He did not know that he was not far away from making the Wasp suit. He just felt that he was controlled by others in Pime Technology, so he simply jumped out of this restriction. Lin Feng also kept his promise and registered another subsidiary under Lin's technology. Darren Cross served as CEO, and he was behind the scenes and did not show up. At this time, Lin Feng also deeply felt what it meant to have a lot of money and do whatever he wanted. All kinds of talents and villains must succumb to the power of money. During the process of Darren Cross replicating the Pime particles, Lin Feng would also send people to watch and monitor the process to ensure that there would be no mistakes. After all, this is different from people like Dr. Lizard. Although Dr. Lizard has gone crazy after turning into a lizard man, before turning into a lizard man, he was still an ordinary person with a normal mind, just wanting to restore his broken arm. But whether it is Ivan Vanko or Darren Cross, both of them are original supervillains. They are ambitious and difficult to control. So for such people, Lin Feng must make some arrangements in advance. Now Lin Feng really wants to learn a famous emoticon. Sorry, money can really do whatever you want. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Lin Feng simply took out his diary and recorded his bad mood. It feels so good to throw money at people. Even the big villain can't resist the power of money. No wonder Tony Stark is always so arrogant. He is worthy of being a rich man who can compete with Batman in the Marvel universe. It is said that Batman's famous scenes of rich people are famous all over the world, but when I look at Iron Man's famous scenes of rich people, they are not bad at all. Although everyone knows that the richest superhero may be Black Panther T'Challa, relying on vibranium, he is rich enough to rival a country. But speaking of it, I think if he can inherit Asgard completely, Thor should be considered as one of the richer ones. But if we look at the whole universe, there is no end to the comparison. For many big guys, money doesn't even mean a number. As far as humans are concerned, Batman and Iron Man are really rivals, and they are completely benchmarked products. In Tony Stark's mansion, Pepper is directing the workers to completely renovate the mansion. And Tony Stark is standing by and watching all this while using a tablet to handle some work. Tony, I think you are going a little too far. Pepper looked at Tony Stark and couldn't help saying. She knew that Tony Stark was indeed very insecure, but it's too outrageous to be insecure again. She had seen Tony Stark's renovation plan for the mansion. According to this intensity, it can basically be said that it is the rule for dealing with nuclear explosion doomsday. Especially as long as you hide under the ground. Even if you are hit by a nuclear explosion on the spot, you can avoid being directly blown to death. It is this level of transformation. She knew that the public security in the United States has always been not very good. It has not been 1 or 2 days. It has been like this since the founding of the country, and it was even like this before the founding of the country. It was just to guard against the raids of Indians. After all, who let the white people massacre the Indians and seize their land? But the problem is that there should be a limit to all this. It is not to be too exaggerated. For example, the scale of this mansion is indeed a bit outrageous. Even if a nuclear war really breaks out in the world one day, it is likely that Tony Stark is not worth letting a big country personally bombard it with a nuclear bomb. She didn't understand where Tony Stark's worries came from and why he was so worried. If it was just a simple thief, there was no need at all. It's not too much, Pepper, you know, there are many things in this world that we can't imagine. Anyway, we have money now and don't care about this. Tony Stark didn't know how to explain these things to Pepper. He thought this was very necessary. If the quantum virus makes you kiss again, the configuration of this mansion can basically be said to be a solid underground fortress that can last for a long time, and you can even live in it. Okay. Pepper didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, in Europe and the United States, those rich people like to build a doomsday fortress, which is not news. They all came from the Cold War, and many people have this sense of crisis. And as Tony Stark said, he is really rich. Even if he may spend $1 billion to renovate his mansion, it is still just a small amount compared to his wealth. It's nothing at all. It's just for fun. What else can it be? Pepper, help me keep an eye on it. I still have some things to deal with, and I have another inspiration. Tony Stark felt the reminder of the diary update, and immediately found a reason to get rid of Pepper. Came to the underground studio, and started an online meeting. After a while, everyone went online. It just looked like he was not in good spirits at all. Obviously, he didn't sleep well last night. After all, no one can sleep well in the face of a crisis of that level. Everyone is similar, so no one teases anyone. Seeing the content inside, everyone couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Batman? Who is that? They all knew who Iron Man was. He was a top tycoon. He was rich enough to rival a country. It was probably true. His current wealth was basically higher than the annual GDP of most countries, except for a few old capitalist empires. How rich was this Batman? He was comparable to Tony Stark, and they were even comparable products. Tony Stark frowned slightly. It sounded like Lin Feng was teasing him. However, this Batman, as Lin Feng mentioned before, was a superhero from the next universe, and he was not even from the same multiverse as them. There was no comparison. Thor was even more of a god. It was meaningless to talk about wealth with a god. The only thing that surprised him was that Black Panther T'Challa was actually richer than him. He knew the price of vibranium, so after a little calculation, he knew that there was probably a huge amount of vibranium in the country of Wakanda. If this news was leaked, it might attract the coveted eyes of many people. If you have a few diamonds, the rich may not pay attention to you, but if you have a diamond mine, few people can keep their moral integrity. Is this T'Challa so rich? Nick Fury was shocked. African countries are generally poor, but the indigenous chiefs in Africa are still very rich, but this wealth is also limited. Not every local chief in Africa has the strength of the local tyrants in the Middle East. Some are even very miserable. After all, it is a big joke for the rich in agricultural countries to compare their wealth with the rich in industrial countries. But this Black Panther T'Challa did it. You tell me whether it is amazing or not. He was even more curious in his heart. Is this Wakanda really that powerful? In the palace of Asgard, Thor looked at the contents of the diary and nodded with satisfaction. Yes, he is a god. And what does the wealth of mortals mean to him? In other words, with his ability, it is too easy to make money. As long as he develops a project to extend the life of human rich people, the profits will roll in immediately. Any artifact from Asgard would be priced at a sky-high price. If Tony Stark's perception of money is a string of numbers, then Thor's perception of money is money? What is that? Whatever he needs, someone will send it to him. Food, drink, weapons, armor, and magic secrets. Asgard doesn't have any real struggle for succession, so he really has no idea about money. He can really say that famous saying, "What is money? I have never touched money, and I'm not interested in money." He is even less interested in obtaining the wealth of the earth, just like someone wants to obtain Zimbabwean dollars. Even if the numbers seem amazing, the wealth it represents is not worth mentioning to ordinary people. It's a waste of time to look at it anymore. Chapter 165 The Flash. What is your superpower? Batman, I'm rich. But Odin was thinking, maybe it needs to be planned in advance. If you don't live on Earth in the future, but in Asgard, then the wealth on Earth is really like the moon and the water and the flowers in the mirror, all of which are false. But since Asgard's Ragnarok is destined to happen, then we have to consider the livelihood of the people of Asgard in the future. Then there is a demand for the wealth on Earth. The people of Asgard also need a place to stay. Planning in advance and being driven away in a hurry are two completely different things. Today's content won't be so boring, right? I don't want to know who is richer between you and this Batman. Hawkeye Barton pretended to grit his teeth, and everyone laughed. Indeed, it is really hateful to say this. They, ordinary workers, are really envious and jealous when they meet the local tyrants. And Tony Stark has developed some interest in this Batman. Spider-Man is able to spray silk and walk between high-rise buildings. This is the ability displayed by Spider-Woman, and she can swing back and forth. Although it is sprayed out by a spider silk launcher, it is generally consistent with the setting of spiders. On the other hand, this Batman, could it be a bat with wings on its ribs? Spider-Man was bitten by a spider, so could it be that Batman was bitten by some mutated bat, or something like a bat totem? He suddenly became a little curious. At this time, Gwen was processing documents and reading a diary while cursing, "Damn capitalists." She was naturally talking about the good senior who still exploited her, Lin Feng. But there is no way to surrender to money. Even Spider-Man has to have a job and make money. Each one is a famous scene of the local tyrants. At this time, a video appeared below, and it immediately caught the eyes of everyone, and everyone clicked it to take a look. The beginning of the video is a scene of Wonder Woman and Ben's version of Batman talking in the forest by the lake. Batman asked, "How much time do we have left?" Wonder Woman said, "A few days at most." Everyone was shocked to see Wonder Woman appear in the video, and then they remembered what Lin Feng had said before, that Wonder Woman was from the so-called DC universe. Could this scene be the DC universe? But compared to the Wonder Woman here, this Wonder Woman is obviously much more mature. The Wonder Woman here looks like she is only a teenager at most, while the Wonder Woman in the video is closer to a mature woman. It looks like there is no difference from our Earth, and they can even speak English. I have discovered that the whole universe speaks English. Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but complain. It may not be English, but just use a language and method that you can understand to make you understand. Bruce Banner said, "If there is a higher level of life in the picture," Wonder Woman said, "the mistake Steppenwolf made last time was to attack us. He wanted to make the Earth surrender before destroying us. This time his goal is to seize the mother box." Suddenly, Batman's phone received a prompt and found a new member, the Flash. "Alan Berry. Have you found the other one?" Wonder Woman asked. "Victor Stone." Batman looked at it and said, "I hope you can find him. We are letting strangers take risks." Wonder Woman said helplessly, "I know." Batman nodded. "But this is the way it is." He knew very well that there was no other choice. Without Superman's protection, the whole world fell into an endless crisis. At this time, behind them, a half-human half-robot figure appeared. After watching this scene, Tony Stark felt so familiar. Especially like when they were in the Avengers Civil War before, when they were shaking people. Wasn't it like this? It seems to be really like this. Exactly the same. The scene changed. In a dilapidated house by the railway, Barry Allen tore open the wire fence, opened the house, and turned on the power. Suddenly, a studio appeared in front of everyone, and Batman had been waiting inside. "Barry Allen, I'm Bruce Wayne." Batman looked at the Flash in front of him and said. Hearing this, the Flash Barry Allen looked at him and said, "Do you think you can explain why a stranger broke into my house, hid in the dark, and sat on my second favorite chair?" Tony Stark, who was outside the screen, saw this scene, and felt his eyelids twitching, because he had a sense of deja vu. Wasn't that what the egghead looked like when he first appeared in front of him? He violently cut off the power supply of his mansion, then walked in, and then appeared in front of him to show off. What the little boy said was exactly what he thought. Don't just break into other people's homes. Nick Fury also noticed Tony Stark's look and pretended not to see it. This was indeed a bit embarrassing. When a pretender meets a colleague, he pretends to be more generous than you. Isn't this even more embarrassing? Batman ignored all this and took out a printed picture. It was the appearance of Barry Allen, the Flash, which was captured by the surveillance video. Barry Allen took it and looked at it. He thought of a sophistry and said, "This person looks exactly like me, but it is obviously not me. He is a very handsome Jewish guy. I guess he stole your pocket watch." He tried to explain himself, but the uniform of the Flash next to him said everything. Is this also the Flash? I thought they had the same name. At this time, Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but say, "Is this another Flash? Or the Railroad?" Obviously, this is the second Flash Barry Allen we have seen. Black Widow Natasha said. Everyone felt strange. They had seen many parallel space-time variants in their Marvel universe, but this kind of variant in other universes was the first time they had seen it. "I know you have special abilities." Batman interrupted his quibbling, lost his patience, and said directly, "I don't know what they are. My special abilities include violin, web design, and I can communicate in sign language, gorilla sign language." Flash Barry Allen was still trying to save his face and said, "In the face of this," Batman just said lightly, "silicon dioxide quartz fabric, wear resistant, heat resistant. Yes, it's used for water dancing." Barry Allen still wanted to quibble. "This is the flame retardant material needed for the space shuttle to return to the atmosphere," Batman said directly and unceremoniously. "That's a very hot ice dance. No matter who you are looking for, it's definitely not." Barry Allen still insisted, but Batman just threw a bat dart with his backhand, and in an instant, time slowed down. With a flash of lightning, Barry Allen dodged the bat dart directly, and then caught it easily. He knew that his identity could not be concealed, especially since this person threw the iconic bat dart. "Isn't this obvious enough? Are you Batman?" Barry Allen said. "That means you're fast," said Batman Bruce Wayne. "That seems a bit too general," said Barry Allen. After confirming that the man in front of him was Batman, he was willing to say more. Even if he was wary of strangers, he knew that Batman's camp was undoubtedly good people. They were superheroes and could be trusted. This was the reputation Batman had built over the years. "I'm building a team, and I need people with special abilities," said Batman Bruce Wayne, "because I think the enemy is coming." But before he could say anything more, Flash Barry Allen said excitedly, "Don't say anything, I'll join." Really? Bruce Wayne probably didn't expect his actions to be so smooth, and the title of Batman was so useful. Facing this question, Barry Allen said, "Yes, I need people of my kind. Ordinary people are too difficult to get along with. I don't have that kind of patience. I really can't understand their pace. For example, brunch. What do you mean by brunch? After waiting in line for an hour, you get lunch. I mean, I can't tell. They are too slow. I'll try to keep up." Batman Bruce Wayne said with a smile. "Then can I take this?" Barry Allen said with a bat dart. As they talked, the two had already come to the outside of the factory. Barry Allen walked and ate pizza while explaining his ability to Batman, saying, "I can enter another dimension, which seems to be able to manipulate time and space. I call it the Speed Force. It makes me consume a huge amount of calories, so I'm a black hole for snacks. I'm a snack hole, delicious pizza." "So how many people are there in this Special Forces team now?" "3, including you," Batman said. "3. Who is the enemy?" Barry Allen said as he got into the Batmobile. "I'll tell you on the plane," Batman said. "Plane?" Barry Allen was shocked. "Is this the world of the rich? What's your superpower?" "I'm rich." Batman looked at Barry Allen and said calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, the cool Batmobile drove away. Off screen, Black Widow Natasha said, "Tony, don't you think he looks like you? This is so similar to when you recruited Peter. When you went to recruit him, you didn't say a word, and you exposed what he was trying to hide. The routines and moves are exactly the same." Chapter 166. Sorry, money really allows you to do whatever you want. Well, they are indeed very similar, especially this Flash is too talkative, just like that little guy. Tony Stark also felt strange at this time, especially after being marked by Lin Feng. He and Batman were competitors, and his thoughts suddenly changed. But the team he formed is more and more like the Avengers. It seems that this should be the Justice League that Lin Feng mentioned. Everyone nodded. It seems that it should be. The video continued, and the scene turned. In a country manor, a group of people were moving furniture. Among them, two people were watching everything in front of them. One of them was none other than Batman Bruce Wayne. And next to him was a white man who everyone didn't know. He saw Batman and stepped forward and said, "I really don't know how to thank you. I just made up for a mistake. It should be." Batman Bruce Wayne said. He was talking about the war that he caused between the two sides, and his excessive persecution delusion led to the final loss of both sides. Although he may still be on guard against Superman in the future, he will never handle it so roughly again. Superman smiled slightly, then looked at the harmonious and happy scene in front of him, and asked, "How did you buy the house from the bank?" "I bought the bank," Batman said very lightly. "Buy all of it?" Superman seemed to be shocked by this rich man's hand. "This is my style. I can't explain it clearly," Batman said with a smile. Seeing this, everyone's eyes suddenly changed. Is this a rich man? Is this the sponsor? No wonder Lin Feng specifically mentioned the rich man's behavior. Although American banks are not like Chinese banks, which are hundreds of billions or trillions at a time, there are also many small American banks struggling on the survival line. But at least tens of billions of dollars are needed to open a bank. And this Batman bought all of it? And it seems that it was only to buy back this house from the bank. Is this the life of a rich man? This operation is okay, but it is unnecessary, and it is indeed quite outrageous. Even Tony Stark felt that this operation was somewhat outrageous. Is this outrageous? Tony, don't speak too early. After all, Lin Feng said that your famous scene can be compared with this. Then you might be quite outrageous too. Black Widow Natasha said. Tony Stark shut up immediately. He had the money, but he just felt that it was unnecessary. Did he have to buy the bank before buying a house? That's not the case. If you want to buy a house that has been taken away by the bank, there are many ways. But he couldn't say it too hard. As Black Widow Natasha said, if there is a more outrageous famous scene later, he would be very embarrassed. The so-called famous scene is the degree that even a rich man like him would feel speechless after watching it. For example, someone asked him, "What superpowers do you have?" You answer, "I'm very rich." What kind of superpower is this? It is money power. Even as a superhero, he relies on the iron armor to gain a foothold in the Avengers. Although all these require money, if he has no money, can he not become Iron Man? Well, maybe, probably, perhaps. No matter how smart and talented he is, if he has no money, he can't realize his ideas. No wonder Lin Feng always says that the poor rely on mutations and the rich rely on technology. Why can the rich rely on technology? It's not that the poor are not as talented as the rich, but you don't have the conditions to achieve it. That Ivan Vanko, in terms of talent, can almost be compared with himself, but without that condition. When he first appeared, he could only use very simple equipment. That's the difference. So when Batman said, "I'm very rich," it didn't seem to be a joke, but rather a statement that went straight to the core. But then came Tony Stark's famous scene. The scene changed, and it was Tony Stark who had been seen before, watching the video left by his father, as if he had figured out something. Immediately drove a luxury car on the highway, past a strawberry stall, and asked directly, "How much?" $6. The stall owner said, "I don't have change, give it to you." Tony Stark handed the famous watch on his wrist to the stall owner. "No, this is too much," the stall owner said quickly. Although he didn't know what kind of watch it was, he knew it must be worth more than $6. "It's okay, take it," Tony Stark said directly. The stall owner was still hesitant and said, "No, sir. Take it quickly," Tony Stark said, while holding up the watch. But when he saw him handing the strawberry to him, he spoke. "I don't like people giving me things. Please leave it there." "Are you Iron Man?" the stall owner asked, a little shocked. "Sometimes," Tony Stark replied casually. "We believe you," the stall owner said ecstatically. After saying this, it ended, and everyone looked at Tony Stark and was convinced. Although it seems that a watch is far less domineering than buying a bank, the question is, what did you do with this watch? Batman bought the bank, and not only got back the house, but the bank is also a high quality asset that can be operated for a long time and the investment can be recovered in the future. But you just gave this watch away. With Tony Stark's wealth, the watches he can wear are worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, or even more. But just exchanged for a box of strawberries? It's a watch that Iron Man has worn, so its value is even more incredible. At this time, everyone in SHIELD is silently calculating how many years of hard work they have to work without food and drink to afford this watch. Will they never be able to afford it with a normal salary, or will they never be able to afford it? Anyway, it doesn't make a difference. This is because their income is much better than that of ordinary people, and they belong to the elite middle class. If it were ordinary people, they wouldn't even dare to look at it. Everyone looked at Tony Stark dimly, except for Captain America Rogers, who made a lot of money because of the copyright. Who wouldn't be jealous? That's a famous watch, just exchanged for a box of strawberries? Isn't this a bit too careless? The answer is, yes, it is too careless. This is too careless. But they did it. It can only be said that money makes you willful. Tony Stark frowned. This seemed like something he could do. Of course, although he could do such a thing, he would not do it casually. Otherwise, he would not be able to afford to spend so much money. There would not be anything outrageous later. Just the first video alone made him very socially dead. Would there be something more socially dead later? But soon, more socially dead content came. What everyone did not expect was that the first person to appear was the Hulk in a frenzy. He kept roaring and looking at the city in the distance, his anger burning. If the Hulk was like a naughty child, furious and unable to control himself, then the Hulk now was like a huge gunpowder depot exploding. A moment later, he roared and rushed towards the city. At this time, Tony Stark had just blasted a clone of Ultron to the ground. The vanadium alloy has been transported away, Ultron said indifferently. Faced with such a somewhat provocative statement, Tony Stark pointed the gun directly at Ultron and said, "Don't even think about disappearing. Of course, I actually disappeared a long time ago. You will understand. But first, you have to let Mr. Banner understand." Ultron said provocatively, but was killed by Tony Stark's cannon the next second. Tony Stark immediately realized that it was not good and hurriedly said, "Search for news keywords, Hulk." The people outside the screen suddenly felt strange. Unexpectedly, this was the way to find the whereabouts of Hulk. But think about it, Hulk is not controlled at all and will cause a huge destruction when he arrives at a place. It's hard not to be on the news. Sure enough, news related to Hulk soon emerged. "Natasha, you can sing a lullaby now." That's impossible. But the person who answered was Hawkeye Barton, while Black Widow Natasha was in a dizzy state. No one knew what state she was in, but it was obviously not very good. The whole team collapsed. You have no backup. Even Captain America Rogers fell to the ground miserably. When everyone saw this, they immediately understood that the Avengers seemed to have just gone through a tragic battle. This included the top Avengers forces such as Thor, who was also in a very embarrassed state, as if he had just experienced some major changes. The only one who was in good condition here was probably Tony Stark flying in the air. Call Veronica. Tony Stark knew that he would not have any backup at this time, so he could only bite the bullet. Fortunately, he had prepared for this day for a long time, and his real trump card was the anti-Hulk armor. At this time, in space, the anti-Hulk armor came into everyone's eyes and flew down directly from space. The Hulk in the city was even more murderous. He was already very fierce, and now he became even more terrifying after being controlled by Wanda's spell. The little bit of reason that was originally left was gone at this time. Only the desire to kill and destroy was left. At this time, everyone outside the screen found that Hulk's state was not right. Although the previous Hulk was also violent, he was not like this. This was obviously wrong. Obviously, it is directly related to the previous battle with an unknown opponent. Chapter 167, Anti-Hulk Armor. Tony, you've got too much. Fourth update, 1250 more updates. The killing spree and the red-eyed Hulk could not be controlled at all. In this city, there was no army, only the police, but the police were no match for the red-eyed Hulk. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Tony Stark's anti-Hulk armor arrived first and directly formed a steel cage to firmly control the Hulk. Just when everyone thought that the Hulk was finally going to be trapped, they saw that the Hulk had actually fought a bloody path from the ground and rushed out directly from the ground. At this time, Tony Stark finally arrived, but his armor itself was not used for large targets. Fortunately, the anti-Hulk armor was put on, and even when facing the tall Hulk, it was not at all inferior. This is Tony Stark's secret weapon, the anti-Hulk armor. Okay, now all personnel pay attention and evacuate the scene. Tony Stark said loudly in the broadcast. The Hulk was furious at this time. Listen to me, that woman bewitched you. Tony Stark said. You are stronger and smarter than her. You are Bruce Banner. When the people outside the screen heard this, they nodded involuntarily. This was indeed consistent with their previous guess. The Hulk in this state was not the original state. But when he heard Bruce Banner's name, Hulk not only did not calm down, but became even more furious. He himself had a problem with Bruce Banner. Oh, yes, don't mention little Banner. Tony Stark immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and apologized quickly. But it was too late, because Hulk grabbed a car next to him and threw it at Tony Stark, and then rushed over the next moment, knocking Tony Stark and the anti-Hulk armor out. The battle of the Hulk is so simple and crude, which makes people's adrenaline soar. Okay. Tony Stark came back to his senses and grabbed the Hulk directly. The two sides launched an amazing battle in the city. Both sides were huge figures, and any movement could cause huge damage. Hulk pressed Tony Stark to the ground and beat him hard. Tony Stark could only take the beating while saying, "You sneak attack, you play dirty, Banner." Facing the furious Hulk, Tony Stark had no better way. In the end, at the cost of one arm, he knocked him away and then shouted, "Veronica, give me a hand." A moment later, new components flew in the sky, and these components were reassembled. After recovering, Tony Stark drove the huge anti-Hulk armor again and fought directly with Hulk. The two sides punched each other, directly hitting the surrounding peeling and cracking, and the airwaves swept away. Tony Stark took the opportunity to control Hulk, violently hypnotized it, and kept punching Hulk's head one by one, trying to knock it out. Sleep, sleep, sleep. But the furious Hulk was not so easy to control. Tony Stark tried to take the Hulk out of the city, otherwise the damage caused by the battle between the two sides was too amazing. Okay, man, get you out of the city, Tony Stark said. Bruce Banner outside the screen saw this scene and just nodded. This judgment was correct. Hulk could not be allowed to kill here. Otherwise, as long as Hulk was given enough time, Hulk would become a human-shaped self-propelled nuclear bomb. He could even see that this huge armor was mostly an anti-Hulk armor specifically for his Hulk, but he was not angry at all. He even thought that this was right. If there was no such armor, how could he restrain the crazy Hulk? Hulk was already a huge burden for him. He had no happiness at all and just wanted to get rid of it quickly. Hulk was Hulk, and he was him. They looked like one, but they were actually two people. So his attitude towards Hulk was to try every means to control this monster. He had no feelings at all. Okay, Bruce, please cooperate. Tony Stark was helpless about this because he also knew that the Hulk at this stage was controlled by Wanda and there was no way to reason with him. The Hulk before was like a child. Although he was a little younger, he could still communicate with Wanda, so Black Widow sang a lullaby to him. But now he has become a beast. How can people communicate with beasts? The battle between the two sides is still going on, and it can be said that it is a fist-to-flesh fight, and everyone dare not blink. At this time, the Hulk also showed his terrifying destructive power to everyone, and made everyone understand why it could make the military so arrogant. Lin Feng also believed that it was the combat power of the first echelon of the Avengers, which was on par with Thor. It was indeed terrifying to the extreme. Even the anti-Hulk armor specially prepared for it was not an opponent at all, and was torn apart. Tony Stark relied on the anti-Hulk armor to gain the ability to compete with the Hulk in a short period of time, but that was only for a short time. The real horror was the Hulk himself. Hulk's physical strength is too outrageous, and there is almost no way to break it, but the anti-Hulk armor will be dismantled. Damage report. Tony Stark ordered Jarvis, and then he took a look at the anti-Hulk armor that was dismantled by Hulk, and could only say, "Very comprehensive, let me see." As a last resort, he could only summon the parts in mid-air, but Hulk reacted faster and slapped the flying parts away. And Tony Stark had to drag him to prevent him from falling to the ground. The entire battle scene was controlled by Hulk. In mid-air, Tony Stark saw an unfinished building in front of him, scanned it directly, and found no signs of life, and immediately made up his mind. How fast can I buy this building? Tony Stark asked directly. Hearing Tony Stark's words, all the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. outside the screen were a little speechless. They understood a little bit, while Lin Feng said that Tony Stark was rich and inhumane. This level of wealth is a bit too outrageous. Ordinary people rack their brains and struggle all their lives just to buy a house of their own in the city, but Tony Stark can destroy a house in an instant just to deal with Hulk. You are so rich that you will easily have no friends, do you know? In a flash, the anti-Hulk armor directly threw Hulk from a high altitude, then dived down and hit the building hard, smashing the entire building into pieces, raising unimaginable terrible smoke and dust. After such a horrible attack, Hulk finally recovered a little. He even began to wonder why he was here. Obviously, Wanda's chaos magic also has a time limit. He saw the frightened people around him, the helpless crowd, and the army that rushed over with guns. Just as he roared to kill again, he saw the huge fist of the anti-Hulk armor hit him hard on the head. He was knocked unconscious. You just said that Batman is outrageous, but now I think that you and Batman are almost the same. Both are equally outrageous. Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but say. He wanted to say, this damn capitalist. But there is no way. This is a society where money is supreme. Tony Stark touched his nose. He also felt that it was a bit outrageous. Although he was rich, he was not rich enough to not regard a building as money. Even in developing countries, the price of a building is not cheap. But isn't that at a critical moment? Sometimes it is not decided by people. Hulk is still too dangerous. We must find a way to contain it. At this time, Black Widow Natasha spoke. Everyone nodded. Indeed, Hulk just showed how terrible the destructive power would be once he ran away. It's just a time bomb. But the problem is that Hulk is one of the important combat forces they rely on. Without Hulk, the overall combat effectiveness of the Avengers will drop a level. So dealing with the problem of Hulk will make everyone feel very difficult. It's not right to deal with it, and it's not right not to deal with it. That's why Tony Stark's anti-Hulk armor was created. Although it's not explicitly stated, who can't see that it's a armor specifically designed for large targets like the Hulk. The height, the size, the strength, and the various designs that can replace parts at any time. If you say it's not specifically designed for the Hulk, that's a bit of bullying others for not having intelligence. Bruce Banner sighed. This is what he fears the most. He hid in the slums before because he was afraid of being found by the military. Once a fight broke out, the Hulk would have another uncontrolled explosion. Now he lives in the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., where he can do research and rest. Once the Hulk explodes uncontrollably, he can be controlled in the first place. This is simply a life of gods. Tony, your anti-Hulk armor is not good enough. Ordinary metals can't withstand the Hulk's strange power. Bruce Banner said. Otherwise, use adamantium or vibranium. I've heard of both of them. They are incredible metals. I can't afford them, but if it's you, it should be possible. Bruce Banner was not angry at all, and he even gave Tony Stark some advice, which made Tony Stark speechless and a little guilty. I'll consider it, but that anti-Hulk armor was probably the best work I could produce at that time, but it still couldn't stop the Hulk. Tony Stark said with lingering fear. Chapter 168 Kidnapping the President of the United States. Exciting. You need to increase the planning of the anti-Hulk armor strength. The Hulk's strength will become stronger as he gets angrier. If you only estimate it, based on the strength on paper, you will suffer a great loss. Bruce Banner said. Yeah. Tony Stark nodded. In the picture, he barely controlled the Hulk and almost let him turn the tables. He was really a little too confident that he only relied on paper data before. But only he knew that so far, the anti-series armor he secretly prepared was not only the anti-Hulk armor, but also the anti-Homelander armor, the anti-Thor armor, and the anti-Wonder Woman armor, all of which he currently felt were very scary and had a tendency to be uncontrollable. Among them, the Hulk had no IQ and could not communicate. The other three basically had one common feature, that is, they were outsiders. Lin Feng came from another universe, Wonder Woman also came from the DC universe, and Thor was a god from an alien planet. Although they looked like humans, they were not the same creatures. For a person with such severe paranoia, this means that those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. Although they are all on the Earth's side, who knows if they will turn against us in the future? So it's always better to be prepared. These anti-series armors can be kept for a lifetime, but once they are taken out, they must be sufficient. Just like this anti-Hulk armor. Although the loss is huge, at least it stopped the Hulk's rampage this time. Although the cost is huge, for him, money is really just a string of numbers, and being able to achieve the goal is the most important thing. As for the others, they are basically not qualified for Tony Stark to develop an anti-series armor. But who exactly controls the Hulk and makes him wreak havoc? It's so abominable. Hawkeye Barton said. It seems that there was a big battle before. Who else could it be? Most likely it's the Scarlet Witch Wanda. Black Widow Natasha said. Doesn't that robot look familiar? It was him who killed Quicksilver before, and Wanda later took out the core device. I think, if this is considered the same major event, there is this robot, and someone can control others, then it is most likely Wanda. Everyone thought about it, and it seemed to be true. If we calculate the time this way, it may be after we attacked Hydra's castle, and before the battle where Quicksilver died. Nick Fury said. But we don't know what exactly happened to turn to this. At this stage, Wanda should not have abandoned the dark, and joined the light. While everyone was talking, the third clip came. At the beginning of the video, in the ruins of a mansion, one steel armor after another flew out from under the ruins. Tony Stark, who was outside the screen, looked at this scene with a gloomy face, because he saw that this mansion that had turned into ruins was none other than his mansion. Although it was bombed into ruins, he still recognized the surrounding environment at a glance. Because it was he who chose the environment here, surrounded by mountains and rivers, and built a villa here. Now it means that his mansion was bombed. He suddenly remembered what Lin Feng had mentioned before. Because of his identity as Iron Man, his mansion was bombed, and he almost died. Could it be this? In the past, he was the one in danger, but now, without a doubt, it has risen to the people around him. His address is not a secret. Basically, as long as someone is willing, it can be found. But no one dared to do it before, but now someone has done it. Obviously, the peaceful environment he thought was just an illusion. Fortunately, in this time and space, he prepared a fortress in advance. Even if it is a zombie apocalypse, he is not afraid. If someone wants to attack again, he will have to see if he has the ability. The scene changed, and two figures were quietly approaching a cruise ship on the high seas. Everyone looked closely, and saw that it was Tony Stark and his good friend, War Machine Rhodes. But what surprised everyone was that the two were obviously in the same action, but both of them had armor, but no one was wearing armor. Tony Stark frowned. He didn't understand why it was like this, especially since he had had such an experience before. After leaving the armor, he was immediately bewitched by Wanda. Moreover, he was not a professional agent, nor a professional fighter. If he rushed out like this, he might be shot in the head. It's not like he didn't have the armor. Aren't those flying out one by one his armor? These things were too inexplicable and completely incompatible, which made him very confused. Everyone was also very surprised why Tony Stark had such courage. By the time of Iron Man 3, Tony Stark's heart was strong enough to abandon the armor and be a superhero. The armor was the source of Tony Stark's fighting power, but at the same time, relying too much on the armor was also his biggest weakness. Once, Captain America Steve Rogers asked him, "If you don't have the armor, you are still what?" He said, "I'm still a super rich philanthropist, genius, scientist, etc." But Tony Stark in the picture can say that, even if he doesn't have the iron armor, he is still a superhero. But the scene turned, and the armor hanging on the cruise ship was very familiar, especially the catfish face. The shape was exactly that of War Machine. But now War Machine's paint job looks too strange. It is not the gray and black color as before, but red and blue. Isn't this the color of the American flag? Just like when Chinese people see bright red, they can think of China. This is also a very authentic American paint job. But shouldn't this armor be in Rhodes' hands? How come it seems to have fallen into someone else's hands now? But this can also explain why Rhodes is not wearing armor. But when Nick Fury saw the man trapped in the armor, his face suddenly changed. Congressman Ellis. Everyone recognized that this was the most popular presidential candidate of the current opposition party. Especially the people of SHIELD. They knew it clearly. One of SHIELD's long-term tasks includes protecting the 5 major member states, and even the dignitaries of various countries. Of course, not everyone is qualified to be protected by SHIELD, but this is a popular candidate for the next US president, so naturally SHIELD has paid attention to it early. But why would they kidnap such a congressman? No, if it's just a congressman, there's no point in kidnapping him, unless, Nick Fury muttered to himself, unless he's the next president of the United States. Tony Stark reacted immediately and continued. In fact, this is already quite a sign. He is in the circle of top rich people, so he naturally knows that many people have begun to bet on Congressman Ellis, and there are many financial groups behind him. If ordinary rich people know who the next president is, they can get huge returns by sticking to him and investing in advance, but with Tony Stark's wealth, it doesn't matter. Anyway, no matter who comes to power, they have to please him. And he is more concerned about protecting the big things of mankind. He is really not interested in such trivial matters as electing the President of the United States. But that means someone kidnapped the President of the United States? Hawkeye Barton said. What kind of organization is this? I'm afraid there is something wrong with their brains, right? Everyone nodded. This is quite strange. Although the President of the United States is also a high-risk job, some people are more careful and some people have a lot of ideas, but overall, few people have the courage to take action against the President of the United States. Once you start, you will inevitably face the full retaliation of the world's most powerful country. Who can hold on? Even no country in the world will help you, because the rabbit dies and the fox mourns. If everyone kidnaps the president at a disagreement, then how can these politicians live? But the more problematic thing is, no matter how he succeeded, why is no one in charge? Captain America Roger said. He no longer cares how this organization kidnapped the president of the United States, or even if it is not the president of the United States, but just a US congressman. It is also a big deal. Is it because the outside world doesn't know yet? Tony Stark frowned and said. Impossible. Information is so convenient now. As long as a message is sent, the whole world will know immediately. And it's unreasonable for only the 2 of you to come to the rescue. Even if it's to avoid alerting the enemy, it's impossible for only 2 people to come to the rescue. Normally, isn't that courting death? Coulson said. Unless you two can't call for help with your identities, or you are blocked from the middle. Nick Fury said. A super rich man and a mid-level officer in the army should have a considerable degree of connections and would not act alone. There is only one possibility, that they were blocked by someone. In addition, the President of the United States could be captured despite the layers of protection, so the only conclusion is obvious. There is a traitor, and he is in a very high position. What's the benefit of kidnapping the president? Even if he dies, there will be someone to inherit the position of the president, right? Black Widow Natasha murmured to herself. Yes, there is someone to inherit the position of the president. The whole incident, kidnapping a president, can't bring any practical benefits, because this is a mature state machine, not a monarchy, and the only one who can benefit is the vice president. Tony Stark said immediately. All of a sudden, everyone's thoughts were opened up, and all of a sudden, it seemed that the logic of all things could be explained. Chapter 169. It's all Tony's fault. There is no doubt that this is an internal coup in the United States. Everyone's expression became solemn, and then they continued to watch. Colonel Rhodes said, "Oh my god." He took a look, then immediately retracted his head and said, "He was hung above the oil tank. They are going to burn him to death. Viking-style funeral. Public execution." Tony Stark immediately added, he seemed to have figured out what the other party wanted to do. Yes, burn to death by oil. War Machine nodded and said. The radio on the cruise ship began to play sound. The broadcast is about to begin. Everyone take your positions. In the control room, Killian, who looked proud, looked at the president on the broadcast screen and said with great satisfaction, "Very good, now call up cameras A to E for a complete rehearsal. Now everything is ready, the stage is ready, the actors are ready, and they are just waiting to stage a big show." At that time, the whole United States will be crazy, but that is also against him, the Mandarin. What does it have to do with him, Killian? On the contrary, in order to complete the revenge on the Mandarin, don't you have to strengthen your strength? Wouldn't his company's orders come rolling in? Perfect. And he can also take revenge on Tony Stark, that damn conceited guy. You arrogant guy, do you regret it today? Do you regret letting me blow the wind on the rooftop all night? Jarvis, can you find his news through the internet? Tony Stark tried to ask. He always felt that this person seemed a little familiar, wondering if he had seen him somewhere before. He just asked tentatively, but soon, Jarvis gave an answer. He actually found the identity of this guy on the internet. Killian, a doctor of genetics, is currently the CEO of a biopharmaceutical company. Jarvis said. This company is mainly researching the regeneration of broken limbs, similar to the project of Dr. Connors that Lin Feng invested in before. Then more information was projected in front of everyone. As a lot of information about Killian was released, Tony Stark suddenly remembered who this guy was. It seemed that a long time ago, someone wanted to attract his investment, but at that time he was surrounded by many beautiful women, so how could he remember so much? So he just stood them up and let them wait on the rooftop. He encountered this situation a lot. After all, there were too many people who wanted to attract his investment, but if one of them became successful, that would be a big deal. Does this count as his sin? Do you know him? Nick Fury noticed Tony Stark's expression sharply. Tony Stark also talked about this matter, and everyone was speechless. They had actually experienced Tony Stark's arrogance. When they didn't have much to do with him, his attitude was like this, high and mighty. But if you have a deeper communication, you will find that Tony Stark's arrogance is often not because he is a bad person, but because he is a rich second generation who is used to being spoiled. There are too many such rich second generations, and there are so many of them in the United States. The so-called rich second generations are elegant, knowledgeable, and hardworking, but that is just a fantasy of the bottom class. Most of the rich second generations are such bad-tempered guys. But with such a bad personality, Tony Stark is the only one who can achieve such high achievements in the end, and has such high talent without becoming a prodigal. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Tony Stark could only grin, which was somewhat embarrassing. He was indeed arrogant and often showed no courtesy, but he was not ignorant of his own behavior. He was also very clear that many people hated him. It was just because of his arrogance that he was unwilling to change. He was just an ordinary rich second generation capitalist before, so how could he have such awareness? In the United States, money can really do whatever you want. But now he knows he is wrong. His momentary oversight at the beginning has now created a supervillain. If you ask me, Tony, your talent for offending people with a sharp tongue is much better than your talent in scientific research. This is your chief talent. Black Widow Natasha complained. Tony Stark wanted to refute, but he couldn't refute. What she said made sense. It seemed that he had indeed offended a lot of people, but when he saw the picture of himself and his good friend Colonel Rhodes competing in shooting, he didn't hit a single shot, and he suddenly felt bad. Although he was not a professional and had not received professional training, he still felt a little embarrassed. He went back to find a gunmanship coach to practice his gunmanship. However, in the picture, the actions of the two still attracted the attention of the desperate soldiers. These soldiers were red all over, and they did not look like ordinary people. Each of them had a terrible momentum. Oh my god, I really need some weapons. Seeing these people flying and surrounding him, he thought to himself that it was not good. He was afraid that he could not deal with any of these soldiers. Yes, we need backup. Tony Stark nodded and said, yes, we need a lot. War Machine nodded, but he soon knew that reinforcements were coming. Guess what? Tony Stark was in a good mood because he saw a light spot in the sky in the distance, accompanied by a huge sound of breaking through the air. What are those? War Machine said in disbelief. He didn't know that Tony Stark actually made so many armors. Yes. Tony Stark nodded. In the distance, dozens of armors flew over and lined up in the air. Such a situation was shocking. Such a scene not only shocked the war machine roads in the picture, but also shocked the people outside the picture, because the sophistication of these armors was obviously far superior to the robot soldier legion that Tony Stark had made before, and they were not at the same level at all. Those were mass-produced products, and these were obviously specially made. Each one was very expensive. For Tony Stark, it also helped him realize his dream in advance, and there was indeed great potential. Merry Christmas, man. Tony Stark was finally going to become Iron Man again. Jarvis, aim at the heat source of the ultimate transformation body. Tony Stark said directly to Jarvis. Clear all. Yes, sir. Jarvis answered meticulously. Suddenly on the battlefield, one armor after another fought with these desperate virus soldiers. For a moment, the entire huge tanker became a huge battlefield. Is this your hobby? Colonel Rhodes said in amazement at so many Mark armors. This is too outrageous. How much money does it take to support such a hobby? Everyone needs a hobby, doesn't he? Tony Stark smiled slightly, his arrogance rising to the sky. Everyone outside the screen finally understood why this section had become Tony Stark's famous scene of showing off. But what surprised them was that those soldiers could actually fight back and forth with Tony Stark's armor. You know, each of Tony Stark's armor is very expensive and has super combat power. Basically, it can be said that it is not difficult to wipe out a special operations team by one's own strength. But now, these soldiers can actually fight back and forth with Tony Stark's Mark armor, which is too subversive to everyone's cognition. These soldiers are not normal. Captain America Roger said. Although in terms of combat effectiveness, he is not as strong as him who has been injected with super soldier serum, but the key is that there is only one super soldier serum, but these seem to have been mass produced. Anyone who is not a fool can see that these soldiers have undergone some kind of transformation, and their whole bodies are glowing red. What's the principle? Tony Stark looked at the extremist soldiers fighting in the picture and started thinking. He seemed to have some clues, and forced himself to recall the original situation. It seemed that Killian had told him about some virus and some transformation. But his mind was full of women at that time, so he didn't have the mind to record these things. Now thinking back, there were only such fragmentary information. But he obviously went over it in his mind at that time. It was a project that was absolutely impossible to succeed. But now that they have produced results, it means that his original judgment was wrong. Isn't this a slap in the face? But what's wrong is, why did he kidnap the President of the United States? This is unreasonable. If this Dr. Killian can already mass produce the extremist virus, there is no need to take risks. Just relying on this project, he can become a guest of honor of major capitals and a figure on par with himself. But he did not choose to take the formal path. This is unscientific. Unless this transformation has some side effects, this side effect makes it impossible for his product to be launched through formal channels and will not be accepted by the world. Tony Stark said. Based on his understanding of the world of capital, if it is as it seems on the surface and can be promoted on a large scale, Dr. Killian's personal wealth will at least soar to more than 100 billion. This is a market of at least 1 trillion or even 10 trillion. Killian can immediately ascend to capital without taking any risks. Side effects: either the price is too high to promote, or the success rate is limited, or even if it fails, you may die. There are only these two. Nick Fury immediately guessed the reason. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. also often conducts human body transformation, including the anti-aging serum he injected. He knows all the ways of human body transformation. Yeah. Tony Stark couldn't help but nodded. But no matter which one, this transformation is indeed a way out. What Killian can't do, doesn't mean he can't do it. Killian lacks money, but he doesn't lack money. Killian may not be able to perfect this idea, but he has the intelligence. This project can be done. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Anti-Tony Armor, Mark 42. Moreover, this project is to regenerate severed limbs. Once it succeeds, there will be a market worth trillions of dollars. There is definitely a lot of potential. Whether it is to increase the combat power of the human side, or to develop the technology of regenerating severed limbs to benefit the human side, or to use this technology to make a lot of money, there is a lot of potential. Even Tony Stark is tempted. But soon he finally knew why he was alone on this tanker. It turned out that Dr. Killian kidnapped Pepper. Damn it. Tony Stark, who was still calm, suddenly couldn't calm down. Even though he knew that this was a matter of the future and a matter of other timelines, he couldn't suppress his anger when he saw Pepper being blown away. He could confirm one thing, that is, the other party must be coming for him. At least part of it was coming for him. Otherwise, it would be impossible to capture Pepper. No wonder Lin Feng said that it is more dangerous to be around a superhero. In the picture, Tony Stark, wearing a battle armor, found Pepper Potts, who was trapped under a rubble. He tried to rescue Pepper Potts from below and lifted the steel frame, but it only made her feel extremely painful. Stop, put it down. Tony Stark could only put down the scrap metal, but he couldn't help but say a witty remark, saying, "This is the consequence of your relationship with my ex-girlfriend. You are such a bastard." Pepper Potts couldn't help but curse. "Okay, let's discuss it over dinner," Tony Stark said hurriedly. "Come on, baby, get closer." However, something unexpected happened. A red arm stretched out and directly grabbed the energy core of Tony Stark's battle armor. Everyone looked closely and found that it was none other than Dr. Killian, but at this time he was emitting a red color all over his body, which looked very weird. Killian was a bit embarrassed at this time. His whole body was red, and he was breathing heavily, but he still pretended to be a gentleman and said to Pepper Potts, "Did he bother you?" Tony Stark was hit by a club, and he felt dizzy and swollen. He was about to get up, but Killian pressed him down directly. He stretched out a finger and pointed at the chest of Tony Stark's armor, which actually burst out with amazing heat, melting Tony Stark's armor bit by bit, and was about to pierce him. "Is it hot? Is it blocked? Do you feel hot? It's like a little turtle being roasted alive in its shell." This scene made everyone's face change slightly. The quality of Tony Stark's armor is naturally beyond doubt. In order to be able to fly at supersonic speed in the atmosphere, it is specially insulated and can withstand high temperatures. However, it was pierced. How high the heat on Dr. Killian's body is at this time is completely imaginable. On the other hand, is this something that humans can do? Or in other words, is this something that human transformation can do? If Tony Stark hadn't been wearing armor, he would have been pierced in an instant, making the Mark armor look very cheap. "I understand. The problem is the high temperature," Tony Stark said quickly. "I know what the problem with Killian's transformation is. It's the high temperature. The human body is made of blood and flesh cells, which means that if the temperature is too high, it may not be able to withstand it, and this may be the biggest side effect of the transformation. For a smart person like Tony Stark, as long as he has a little look, he can immediately deduce a lot of things. Such a high temperature will only cause a huge explosion. If Killian has already started some kind of experiment, there should be related explosion accidents. In other words, there may be many more explosion cases in society for no reason. Fury, you shield can start from this aspect when investigating," Tony Stark said. "Not only that, since this transformation can help people regenerate broken limbs, it may involve many people with incomplete limbs. See if there are a large number of people with incomplete limbs missing," Nick Fury said immediately. "Being a homeless person in the United States is not as good as many people think, with food, drink and a place to live. Being robbed or raped is nothing when a person is outside. He may be caught for drug experiments, organ removal, or some inexplicable human experiments." In the picture, under the watchful eyes of everyone, at the critical moment, Tony Stark ejected a sharp blade to cut off Killian's arm, broke through the armor and escaped. But Pepper also fell down in the process. Seeing that he was about to fall to death, Tony Stark chased frantically. He tried to put on a suit of armor to save people, but there would always be desperate soldiers who came out to stop him. Finally, he caught up with Pepper. "Pepper, I'm here. Relax. I'm here. Just look at me." Tony Stark shouted hurriedly, "My hand can only stretch this far. You have to let go. I will hold you. I promise." But as soon as he finished speaking, her figure fell directly into the sea of fire below. Everyone was stunned by this change. Pepper is dead. How can this be? I won't accept this kind of shitty future. Tony Stark broke out in a cold sweat, and a huge sense of fear swept over his whole body. At this moment, he no longer had a bit of demeanor. He was like a panicked guy who wanted to grasp the last straw. Tony Stark was completely panicked. No one had ever seen Tony Stark in this state. They had never seen Tony Stark so panicked, so scared, pale, and trembling all over. At this time, they realized for the first time how important Pepper was to Tony Stark. In other words, Dr. Killian had caught the right person. Tony Stark only felt extremely angry, and the anger instantly overwhelmed all his perceptions. Until now, he finally faced his emotions for the first time. It turned out that Pepper was so important in his heart. It was not just an assistant, nor was it just the so-called family-like existence he had deceived himself before. Maybe, it really reached the level of love. He found that he seemed to have really fallen in love with Pepper. All the women he had one-night stands with before, combined, were not more important than her alone. Before, the relationship between him and Pepper was ambiguous, and neither of them really broke the window paper, so both of them were in a state of more than friends, but less than lovers. But now, seeing Pepper die in front of him, Tony Stark finally exploded, and his love for Pepper suddenly surged out. Because of this, he hated Killian even more, and wanted to get rid of him in advance. At this time, Killian reappeared in the picture. He was not dead yet, and his whole body was radiating a strange red color. His broken arm that was cut off by Tony Stark grew back. As they had guessed before, this transformation can regenerate broken limbs to some extent. It can also make people extremely powerful, but the most dangerous thing is that the human body may explode. This technology is indeed as Tony Stark thought, with a broad future, and a trillion or even 10 trillion level technology market. What a shame. If it were me, I would catch her. Looking at Tony Stark, Killian couldn't help but tease and ridicule. Seeing the once high and mighty so-called genius, second generation rich man, super playboy, in such pain, he was really very happy. Then, the two sides started a war, but Tony Stark's Mark armor was no match for Killian, and was easily broken. The strength of this Mark armor was like paper in front of Killian. The process was simply unbearable to watch, and Tony Stark's armor looked like a counterfeit product. Obviously, Killian's degree of transformation of his body far exceeded those desperate soldiers. Tony Stark's armor was okay for ordinary people, but it was useless against Killian. The situation reached the point where Tony Stark felt desperate, and at this moment, Mark 42 flew over. At this time, a barrage from Lin Feng emerged. Famous scene, Mark 42, anti-Tony armor, let you study the anti-series armor every day, now it's good, it's against you, right? Doghead. Everyone was confused, not knowing what this so-called anti-Tony armor was. But there is no doubt that Tony Stark also realized that he had actually developed Mark 42 in the future. Even if each generation of development was only slightly stronger than the previous generation, the Mark armor after 42 iterations should have been quite powerful. Bang. But soon everyone saw the outrageous extent of Mark 42. It had just returned, but it directly hit the railing halfway and was smashed to pieces. Everyone was confused, and the most fearful thing was that the air suddenly became quiet. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. I didn't expect that the armor made by Tony Stark would be so shoddy. It would hit Tony Stark with a club at a critical moment and destroy all his expectations. Is this what the anti-Tony armor means? Forget it. Tony Stark in the picture was speechless. This armor has been full of accidents since its development, and he didn't expect it to come up with such a trick at a critical moment. After seeing this scene, Killian was finally relieved. Tony Stark really had no other choice. He just sneered and said, "You really don't deserve her, Tony. It's a pity. I was just a little bit away from making her perfect." Killian said regretfully. He was just a little bit away from making the goddess in his heart perfect. Chapter 171 Mark armor? All blown up. So rich and inhumane. Fourth update. 1300 additional updates. Facing the aggressive Dr. Killian, Tony Stark retreated again and again, saying, okay, wait, slow down, you are right, I'm indeed not worthy of her. Everyone outside the screen was dumbfounded. Could it be that Tony Stark surrendered at this time because he was about to die? Wouldn't that be exactly the same as Hydra kneeling before? If that was the case, the scene would be too ugly. Tony Stark outside the screen also had an ugly face. He was also afraid that, if his future self knelt down and licked, would he still be a human being in the future? But he couldn't be a person who was afraid of death, let alone being afraid of death to this extent. It was simply embarrassing. Fortunately, Tony Stark in the video continued, but you are wrong about one thing, she is perfect. Good guy, showing affection. Everyone was full of black lines at this time, and they really wanted to slap Tony Stark. Killian was furious when he saw this guy who was about to die, but still wanted to show his affection. He rushed to kill him. At this moment, Tony Stark waved his hand, and the many parts of Mark 42 scattered on the ground flew out, instantly trapping Killian in it. Jarvis, do me a favor and blow up Mark 42. Tony Stark ran away immediately after saying that, and Killian kept roaring, no, The huge explosion directly destroyed the building above. Tony Stark was caught by a meteor in midair, and then rolled directly to the ground, almost falling to death. The whole situation was extremely tense and exciting. But as soon as he landed, he saw Killian, who was not dead, walking towards him step by step. The scene was extremely terrifying. Don't use the mask anymore. You said you wanted to find the Mandarin. You are looking at him. It has always been me, Tony. It has been me since the beginning. I'm the Mandarin. But before Killian finished speaking, an iron rod fell from the sky and swept him away. Everyone looked closely and found that this person was none other than Pepper Potts, who had just fallen and should have been dead. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? The scene of the platform falling down just now was witnessed by everyone. How could he still be alive now? Captain America judged that at that height, let alone an ordinary weak woman, even if he fell down, he would break a few ribs. After all, he is Captain America, not Superman. Before, everyone assumed that she was dead and never thought that she was still alive. However, she is still alive now. But soon, everyone reacted. At this time, Pepper Potts' body was flashing red, and it was obviously transformed. Everyone also remembered Killian's words just now, making her perfect. They didn't understand what it meant just now, but now they understand. I'm afraid that Pepper Potts had undergone some kind of transformation, so she didn't die, even after falling from a high altitude, and she could even sweep Killian away with a stick. Tony Stark was relieved when he saw this scene. It was great that his Pepper Potts was fine, but then he was furious. This damn guy actually dared to let her undergo such a dangerous transformation. He had guessed that Killian's transformation must be full of dangers, and the mortality rate should be very high. Otherwise, he would not do it secretly, but would promote it on a large scale. In this case, this guy actually dared to let Pepper Potts undergo such a dangerous transformation. If something goes wrong, she will die. What should I do? Superfluous transformation. Tony Stark said with a flat mouth. But it's not over yet. At this time, another meteor flew over, obviously treating the transformed Pepper Potts as an enemy. Jarvis, the object at my 12 o'clock direction is not the target. Cancel the target. Tony Stark saw this and said quickly. But it was too late, because his Bluetooth headset was gone, having fallen off in the previous battle. The armor directly attacked Pepper, but then Pepper showed her terrifying fighting power, smashing the armor into pieces with one punch, then putting on the armor's gloves, and killing Killian with one shot. The whole process was neat and tidy, showing an imaginable terrifying fighting power. It was so scary to watch. Dear? Tony Stark was dumbfounded and shocked. Is this still the Pepper he knew? Although the Pepper he knew had a little temper, it was not like this. If they quarreled in the future, wouldn't he slap his head with a slap? My god, I was so violent just now. Pepper was also shocked by her lethality just now. One punch destroyed a Mark armor. Is this the fighting power of a human? You scared me to death just now. I thought you. Tony Stark looked at his lover and said with lingering fear. Just now, He thought that Pepper was dead, and his heart was dead. Thought I was dead. Why? Because I fell from a height of 200 feet. Pepper finally had time to think and said jokingly, "Who is worse off now?" "That's up for discussion." Tony Stark shrugged his shoulders. He looked at Pepper and couldn't help but tease. "Now the odds are in your favor, but why don't you wear this at home? Huh? Sports bra, the whole set. You know what? Now I finally understand why you don't want to give up your suit." Pepper felt a powerful force surging in her body and said, "What can I complain about now?" She finally understood why her lover was so reluctant to give up the powerful force. This feeling was really fascinating, and it was difficult for people who hadn't experienced it personally to understand. Tony Stark said, "It's okay, I'm here, I'll find a way." As he said that, he walked towards Pepper and was immediately rejected by Pepper. "Don't touch me, don't, I'll burn you." It's okay, I'm here." Tony Stark immediately comforted him. "You're not hot at all. Can I become normal?" Pepper was afraid that she would be like this for the rest of her life. Compared to becoming a superhero, she still wanted to be a normal human. "No, nothing will be normal when you're with me." Tony Stark immediately comforted him. "But I think I can handle this. Yes, when I was drunk 20 years ago, I almost figured it out. I can restore you. I'm in this business, specializing in restoration." "What about those guys who distracted you?" Pepper asked again. I'll reduce their number a little." Tony Stark was already prepared. He said, "Jarvis." "Already, sir. Is there anything else to do?" Jarvis asked. "You know what to do." Tony Stark said, "Sir, execute the clear history command." Jarvis immediately understood what Tony Stark said. Obviously Tony Stark had already had the relevant settings in his body. Tony Stark immediately said, "Fuck her. Today is Christmas. Yes, today, right now." Then he hugged Pepper Potts, and a moment later, one after another iron armor exploded in the air, like beautiful fireworks. This is the most expensive fireworks in history, and any one of them is worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. "How is it now? Do you like him?" Tony Stark asked. "Very satisfied." Pepper Potts nodded with satisfaction. When the people outside the screen saw the end of the video, they all looked at Tony Stark. The meaning was very clear. You are too rich. A Mark armor can be as cheap as tens of millions of dollars, as expensive as hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions of dollars, and all of them exploded like this? At this time, they understood the meaning of Lin Feng's diary. It was indeed inhumane, even more shocking than the scene of Batman showing off his wealth. None of these people are low-income people, but put together, the money they earn in this life is unlikely to be able to buy a armor. But it's still too wasteful. These are important forces that the Earth will need in the future, Tony. Nick Fury said. "I know." Tony Stark said, "This time, I will communicate well with Pepper, and won't let this happen again." This is obviously a consequence of the future self, and Pepper not communicating well. In fact, there is no irreconcilable contradiction between the two sides. It's nothing more than spending more time with her. The loss of money behind these armors is a small matter, but the armors are the real big deal, especially after knowing what will happen in the future. He will not blow up these armors. He is courting death. Not only did he kidnap the President of the United States, but he also pretended to be the Mandarin. It's ridiculous. Black Widow Natasha said. But he said he was the Mandarin. Is it true? Bruce Banner said. It must be false. Nick Fury shook his head and said. Others don't know about the Mandarin, but he is still very clear that among the opponents of S.H.I.E.L.D., there are the Mandarin and his 10 rings. The two sides have fought more than once or twice. Many young people nowadays do not know the reputation of the Mandarin and think he is a fake existence, but he knows very well that the Mandarin is a real existence, not a fiction. This guy is so bold that he even pretends to be the Mandarin. Even if he does not die at the hands of Tony Stark in the video, he will probably be targeted by the Mandarin soon. No matter what, it is better to control this dangerous person in advance. Tony Stark said. If necessary, get rid of him in advance. Everyone nodded when they heard this, agreeing with this judgment. Chapter 172 Iron Man. Captain, the Winter Soldier killed my parents. Lin Feng put down the diary and suddenly remembered, isn't Killian also a good investment target? In any case, this is also a good project that can regenerate broken limbs. It is also a huge market that can be seen with the naked eye. Killian has completely gone astray. In fact, the progress of this project is enough. There are many people who want to cooperate, but his ambition is not small. He actually wants to control everything and be the master behind the scenes of this country. Isn't this just floating? Don't say that this is a world full of superheroes. Even if it is the real world, you want to control the United States and become the master behind the scenes of the United States with such a small number of special operations personnel. That's nonsense. Wan Doyu, invested in this project. No, this project can be done, but Lin Feng doesn't want Killian to do it. It's better to find a way to get the formula and then let Professor Karnas do it. It's just right to give him a little hope so that he won't become a lizard man. However, as he recalled the plot of Iron Man 3 in his mind, he thought that it seemed that he was getting closer and closer to those plot points. In 2012, the Avengers assembled for the first time, and it was also the end of the first stage of the Marvel Universe. The works in this stage were generally online, and the second stage was when the Marvel story exploded. So there was not much time left for him. Now Lin Feng was actually very helpless. Although on the surface, he had money and strength, it was still far from enough. Especially in terms of strength, he was probably only at the same level as Thor in Thor 3 after awakening his own divine power, maybe a little stronger, but still not a match for the father level. Not to mention that there are single universes, multiverses, etc. above the father level. So he himself was very anxious. However, according to his own speculation, if he could break through to the advanced template of the Homelander, he would most likely be able to gradually upgrade to the father level. After all, this is a film and television world, and the father level strength is not that outrageous. If they are all like comics, destroying the universe at will, then don't play. Or if you can draw something else to increase your strength, you can also break the current predicament. So he actually has expectations for the Avengers. Many crises in this world can only be solved by these outrageous protagonists. For example, Dormammu, among the Godfather level, his strength can be considered unique. After all, he has merged an entire dimension. But precisely because of the fusion of a dimension, the main body can no longer leave the dark dimension, and the strength of the clone is only stable at the level of ordinary Godfather. But it is still not something that the current Earthlings can resist, and they still have to rely on Doctor Strange. And Tony Stark snapped his fingers to kill Thanos, which is the only chance of winning among the 14 million results. Although Lin Feng doubted that Doctor Strange's raised finger was to say, wait a minute. But the result was like this, and it ended with Tony Stark snapping his fingers. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but continue writing his diary. No matter what, whether it is Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension who will appear in the future, or Thanos, or Kang the Conqueror, or many other strange supervillains in other parallel time and space, their defeat is more due to the protagonist hail of these protagonists. But if the protagonists have an internal conflict, then things will be difficult to deal with. For example, if one day Tony Stark finds out that it was his own product that killed Wanda and Quicksilver's parents. For example, if one day Tony Stark finds out that his parents died at the hands of the Winter Soldier Bucky, not to mention all kinds of things in other parallel time and space. But these minds will explode sooner or later, and it is better to deal with them early than to deal with them all at once. Anyway, we still have to fight Thanos together in the end. For those who thought that today's diary had been recorded and were about to disperse, they suddenly saw that the diary continued to record, and a new big news broke out. It exploded. What is the opening lightning strike? This is the opening lightning strike. Especially Tony Stark. He didn't care about the protagonist's halo or not. He only noticed that his parents died at the hands of Bucky, the Winter Soldier. Instantly, his mind was buzzing, and he fell into chaos. He never expected that it would be such a result. For so many years, he always thought that his parents died in a car accident. He also blamed himself. Because he was naughty in the past, he was sent to a boarding school, which resulted in him not even seeing his parents for the last time. He didn't know how many days and nights he dreamed of his parents in the following days. Even the projection equipment used by the Avengers now was actually developed by him when he missed his parents. Tony Stark is so old that it is impossible for him to show his emotions, but this does not mean that he loves his parents less. Especially after the rebellious period, he can understand his parents' love more and more. After seeing the video left by his father, he knew that his father was always the proudest in his heart. The guilt and longing also reached the peak. Now they were told that it was not because of their old age that the accident happened, but someone killed them and disguised it as a car accident. Instantly, the anger in his heart broke out. Winter Soldier, Winter Soldier, Winter Soldier. Tony Stark muttered to himself. He didn't expect that his father's friend, when he was young, was the killer behind the scenes. I want to kill him, Tony Stark said firmly. Tony. Captain America Rogers tried to persuade him. He was just controlled by someone. You know, it was Hydra who asked him to do it. He actually didn't know anything. The moment he saw the diary just now, his mind was blank. This was also beyond his expectations. No wonder in the previous video, he left a message to Tony Stark, saying that he didn't inform him of his parents in time. He was still wondering what it would be, but he didn't expect it to be about the death of Tony Stark's parents. The others were even more scalp-numbing. At this time, they finally understood why the Avengers Alliance was completely split. If it was just a matter of whether or not to agree with the bill that was signed, or just a difference in concepts, then it could still be explained. Not to mention that it was just a misunderstanding, that the Winter Soldier was a murderer, which itself was nothing. Even the Winter Soldier's problem, Tony Stark could understand that it was Hydra that was behind the scenes. He knew nothing, and he was still a national hero, so he shouldn't be treated like this. These issues have actually been confirmed by Tony Stark. However, the premise of all this is that Tony Stark's family cannot be involved. Now, the Winter Soldier Bucky is not only related to the death of Howard Stark, but also the murderer who directly killed Howard Stark and his wife. No matter how many reasons are used to cover it up, no matter how reasonable Tony Stark himself is, it's useless. When it comes to their parents, how many people can still remain so-called calm? Anyway, if it were them, they might not be so calm, and they couldn't calm down at all. Captain, he killed my parents. You know that, right? If you didn't know, it would be fine, but now you know. He killed my parents. What are you going to do? I want to kill him. You want to stop me? Tony Stark asked angrily. At this time, his eyes were red, showing that his anger had reached its peak. But Tony, didn't we discuss this issue before? He is innocent. He is just a knife. He was brainwashed. He is a national hero. He shouldn't be treated like this. Captain America Rogers said. Yes, he is a national hero. Tony Stark walked back and forth angrily, and then said, what about my parents? My father is also a national hero. He has given so much for the country, so he deserves to die. You don't have to tell me those big truths now. I just want to know one thing. If I want to kill him, can you just leave it alone? Tony Stark roared angrily. Tony, I can't let you kill each other, and he is my friend. Captain America Rogers said helplessly. Friend? My father is also your friend, and I was also your friend once. Ha. Tony Stark sneered and said. Friend, so both of us are not as good as your friend? Tony Stark was very disappointed. During this period of time, they fought side by side many times, and he thought that they might be considered friends. During the Avengers Civil War, their ideological disputes and even misunderstandings could be reconciled. But now, the facts told him that he thought too much. Maybe he is also a friend of Captain America Rogers, but friends also have different levels, and he is not the first choice of others. Just like when he was betrayed by Black Widow before, he felt very uncomfortable. Tony, that's not what I mean. I hope you understand that he is just a tool. Maybe he killed him with his own hands, but he is just a tool. Without him, there will be others. Captain America Rogers said. If you need me, I will do it, even if it means risking my life. I just don't want you to fall into the trap of Hydra or that doctor. Yes, it's that doctor, do you remember? It's that doctor who caused the Avengers to split up. If we kill each other, it will only fulfill their wishes. Captain America asked himself. He did have his own selfish motives. He didn't want to watch his good friend die tragically, especially since Bucky the Winter Soldier was his only old friend from the old times. All this made him unable to sit idly by and do nothing about it. But if on the other hand, it was Tony Stark who was controlled to kill the Winter Soldier's parents, if the Winter Soldier wanted revenge, he would not agree. One update in the early morning. I have no manuscript. I will write it tomorrow. Chapter 173 Iron Man. Reason? Damn reason. Captain America had selfish motives at this time, and he admitted it, but he didn't stop Tony Stark entirely out of selfishness, and this was also the reason he believed. If Bucky the Winter Soldier was awake and turned evil to kill Howard Stark and his wife, he would definitely not be merciful. However, the situation now is just as he said. Bucky the Winter Soldier was just forced to act under control. If they killed each other, wouldn't it be what others wanted? And he would never agree. Captain, if you dare to stand in front of me, I will not show mercy. Tony Stark said. Tony, think about it. It's not just about you, but also about Wanda the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver Pietro. Your products killed their parents, so later they hated you, were brainwashed by Hydra, and stood on the opposite side of the Avengers. Isn't it the same as you now? Captain America Rogers said quickly. Your products may not even be arms that flowed out of your company through formal channels. They fell into the hands of others and killed their parents. But to them, you are the enemy who killed their parents. But we are adults. Don't we understand? The people who control these weapons, or the forces behind them, are the real murderers who killed their parents. Hearing this, Tony Stark calmed down a little. Although he was still immersed in the anger of his parents' death, he was not completely brainless and completely lost his mind. He knew that his company undoubtedly did not sell these arms because he was an American arms dealer, and as far as they knew now, Wanda and Pietro were in Sokovia in Eastern Europe. That was Russia's territory, so they couldn't sell arms there. If their parents could still be killed by the explosion, there was only one possibility, that is, they were sold secretly. Either Abate sold them secretly at that time, hiding it from him as the president to make black money, or the military sold them secretly to support certain militants. He didn't doubt the integrity of the American military at all. To put it in one sentence, they didn't have any integrity. Basically, they could do anything bad. It was a gathering place for scum and villains. This matter, from a normal procedure, had nothing to do with him, but now people wanted to hate him, based on this reason. Does he have a way? Can he say I'm innocent? Yes. But will the other party believe it? Most likely they won't believe it. Just like he would never let Winter Soldier Bucky go now. Although from a rational point of view, Winter Soldier Bucky can't be said to be innocent, but he is definitely not the culprit. What really makes him hate Hydra is Hydra. But now his emotions have reached the peak, and he has only one thought. Don't fucking tell me about rationality. Don't fucking tell me about reason. I don't want to think about the reason at all now. Seeing Tony Stark's slightly relieved expression, Captain America Rogers was relieved. Fortunately, they haven't found Winter Soldier Bucky yet, otherwise, the battle might be about to start. What made him even more fortunate was that there was the murder of Wanda's family as a buffer. Although it was very sorry to think like this, but at least it could ease Tony Stark's anger a little and let him think about whether this was right or not. After hearing this, Tony Stark did calm down a little. From a rational point of view, he could think clearly, otherwise he would not have reconciled with Captain America later. But at this time, he was so angry that he wanted to think. What to think? Now he wanted to vent his anger and rage. The guilt for not being able to take good care of his parents for many years, and the ups and downs he had suffered for many years, all turned into boundless anger at this time. Captain, don't tell me this now. I just want to ask you, which side are you on now? Tony Stark said loudly. I'm sorry, Tony, you are angry now, and I don't want to intensify this conflict. Captain Rogers shook his head and said, okay, very good. You'd better protect him well, and don't let him be found by me. Tony Stark became even angrier and furious. Others didn't know how to persuade him, because both sides had their reasons. For Captain America, this matter is somewhat unfair. It is true that Bucky, the Winter Soldier, killed people, but he was also used by others, and was brainwashed and controlled by Hydra. This was not his original intention. However, for Tony Stark, no matter you have 1,000 reasons or 10,000 reasons, he is the murderer who killed my parents. Nick Fury couldn't help but hold his forehead and shook his head. He didn't expect to see the Avengers split in advance when he read Lin Feng's diary today. Now it's good. In the future, Loki invades and the Chitauri invade, then there is no need to fight, just surrender directly. He has been worried about how to lead the team in the future. Now he deeply understands a sentence: if people's hearts are scattered, it will be difficult to lead the team. Now the conflict between Tony Stark and Captain America Rogers has reached the point of being on the verge of breaking out. Tony Stark seems to be absolutely impossible to let go of the murderer who killed his parents. No matter how righteous he said before, it must be under the condition that it does not involve his own people and does not involve himself, which is particularly rational and intelligent. However, once he was involved, it was another standard. So Nick Fury only felt a headache. Others were not even convenient to intervene. This issue was too sensitive. Who should he help? From a rational point of view, it was alright, but if everything could be analyzed rationally, there would not be so many contradictions and conflicts. In the Hydra base in Sokovia, Wanda and Pietro were slightly stunned when they saw that they were involved again. They had to admit that they hated Tony Stark at first, but later gradually found that the target of their hatred was not right. Obviously, once Tony Stark knew the truth, he would also face the same choice. Should he really face the murderer who killed his parents, or vent his anger on the tools? They had clearly faced such a choice. The key was that when they figured it out, it was a long time after their parents passed away, and the anger gradually dissipated. But once Tony Stark knew it, he was immediately furious and angry. If he was not allowed to vent, it would be impossible to talk properly. In the castle of Asgard, Odin glanced at the contents mentioned in the diary, and then looked at his son. His son's life may not be easy in the future. After all, he has to balance between two teammates. The reason for the split of the Avengers is more complicated than he thought at the beginning. It is not just because of the bill, not just because of different ideas, not just because of the conflict between the two heads of an organization. Now it is also involved in the great hatred of killing his father and mother. It would be strange if it can be fine. At the online meeting of the Shield, the atmosphere was very silent. Even everyone was thinking that, if it was an offline meeting, they would not fight directly. After a moment of silence, the diary appeared with new content and new videos. Baron Zemo can make the entire Avengers team go around in circles by himself, not because of how outstanding the force is, but in the final analysis, it is because the cracks within the Avengers are big enough and the heroes are self-righteous. However, the superhero team bridging the contradictions and cracks is also one of the highlights. Doghead, Baron Zemo? This name flashed through everyone's mind, but after thinking about it, it seems that there is no impression at all. Baron. Could it be some powerful people who still retain the remnants of feudal countries? For example, Little Britain and the United Kingdom cannot be formed without Northern Ireland. But there is still no clue. The amount of information now is too little. Everyone quickly clicked to read, trying to ease the silent atmosphere that is like the eve of a storm. In the picture, there is an endless ocean above, the storm covers the sky, and a helicopter crosses the clouds. After Barnes was arrested, the task force immediately found a psychiatrist. The United Nations transferred drive Theo Browsett from Geneva within an hour, and this person went to find him. Tony Stark looked at the information in the phone and thought to himself that it was not good. He felt that he seemed to have been fooled. Have you checked him with facial recognition? Tony Stark asked. At this time, the picture in the phone was enlarged, and everyone outside the picture saw the appearance of the person in the photo. They all recorded it silently. This person is probably the Baron Zemo they were talking about just now. Who do you think I am? Friday asked back at the right time. Tony Stark was stunned for a moment and said, it's hard to say, I always thought it was a red-haired woman. Who else could it be? Of course it was Black Widow. You must be thinking of someone else. Friday said with a bit of sarcasm. That's for sure. Tony Stark nodded and said, and the content that everyone outside the screen wanted to know has also appeared on the screen. The fake doctor is actually Colonel Helmut Zemo. Friday explained. Seeing this, everyone's doubts were somewhat resolved. It turned out that the so-called Baron Zemo was such a person. But what hatred did this person have with the Avengers, and why did he start a civil war among the Avengers? However, he still needed to ask Winter Soldier Bucky about the address and information of the remaining Winter Soldiers, which meant that most of them were not people inside Hydra, but he didn't know where he knew these things about Hydra, so he designed these. And his real purpose is to use the Winter Soldier to subvert the world. Chapter 174, The Winter Soldier Team Really Exists? The mastermind appears. Of course, this was everyone's guess, but then Friday gave more information. From the Sokovia Intelligence Department, Zemo is the captain of the Echo Scorpion Squad, a secret assassination team in Sokovia. A colonel in the Sokovia Intelligence Department. Sokovia, this place is so familiar. Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro are in Sokovia, so what happened there? Everyone is not stupid, and they can naturally see a lot of things from the previous and subsequent things. Something very big must have happened at the beginning, which led to a series of things later, including the agreement, including the commander of the Sokovia Special Forces to deal with them. There are reasons. Of course, although he has an official background, he is obviously not an official Sokovia member, because they don't have the courage to target the Avengers. It can even be said that there are not many countries in this world that dare to retaliate against the United States on the surface, and even those that dare to give the United States a hard time in private can be counted on one hand. So this Colonel Zemo is looking for trouble with them, most likely for revenge. A man who can challenge the Avengers is probably because his relatives around him have died, and only then will he have great courage. Everyone's mood suddenly became heavy. They didn't know what happened in Sokovia, but there was no doubt that it must be a big earth-shattering event. It was very likely that a huge crisis had occurred, leading to someone's death. Tony Stark only then realized why his future self would choose to sign such a contract. It seemed to be a restriction on superheroes, but many superheroes would be unscrupulous even when saving people. However, how many people would be killed or injured in such a process? In the picture, Tony Stark continued to ask, "What about the real Browsard?" Friday replied, "He was found dead in a hotel room in Berlin. The police also found a wig and facial prosthesis in the room to simulate the features of James Buchanan Barnes." Oops. Tony Stark had realized that he had been fooled. Seeing this, everyone outside the picture remembered the previous civil war of the Avengers. At this moment, everything was connected in series. Obviously, it was Bucky the Winter Soldier who was captured, and in the process, Colonel Zemo somehow obtained the permission to use Bucky the Winter Soldier, not only obtaining the whereabouts of the remaining Winter Soldier, but also instructing him to cause great damage, forcing the official to hunt him down, and incidentally directly leading to the split of the Avengers. Faced with official pressure, Tony Stark had to arrest him, and Captain America Rogers naturally couldn't just watch them take his good brother away. That immediately became an opposition. And now this stage is only the initial stage of the split of the Avengers, and Tony Stark must know the truth about his parents' death. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain why there is an explanation of the cause of death of Tony Stark's parents in the recording of Captain America Rogers after the previous clip. Everything has a trace, and all the clues before and after are connected. But everyone felt a little scared at this time, because they found their own weaknesses. Colonel Zemo is just an ordinary person. Even if he is a special forces, it is still nothing to them. However, this person just used a simple conspiracy and a way to understand human nature, to easily disintegrate the Avengers. After everyone discovered what Lin Feng said might be right. The Avengers may be more fragile than imagined. Although there is no way to defeat them from the outside, the strongest castle cannot escape the fate of being captured from the inside. The Avengers are now such a solid fortress. When facing foreign enemies, even the massive invasion of the Chitauri and even the invasion of Thanos, they tried their best to fight. However, they fell in the internal strife. The internal problems are much more terrible than the external enemies. At this time, in the picture, Tony Stark finally realized that it was not good. He knew that he had been deceived. Almost immediately, he asked Friday to send this message to Secretary of State Ross. He immediately helped Captain America Rogers and Winter Soldier Bucky clear their suspicion. Obviously, at this time, he still cared about Captain America Rogers, and the comradeship between the two sides was real. It's just that there are different levels among friends, and Tony Stark is obviously not the first sequence. The scene turned, and in a base of Hydra in Siberia, a figure arrived first. Everyone looked closely, and found that it was none other than Colonel Zemo, who had just leaked the information. At this time, everyone finally confirmed that Captain America Rogers' worry was justified, and there was such a group of super terrifying super soldiers. With his footsteps and perspective, everyone saw him enter a file archive room, and get a document, and then came to an empty hall. Then, with the light of his flashlight, everyone finally saw a group of winter soldiers frozen in the cold storage room. And the people outside the screen finally confirmed that what Winter Soldier Bucky said before was true. More importantly, they also knew why Winter Soldier Bucky still looked like a middle-aged man after 70 years, and seemed not to have aged at all. It turned out that the principle was the same as the reason why Captain America Rogers survived to this day, and was still in his prime. Captain America Rogers was frozen for 70 years, and Bucky the Winter Soldier was not frozen for as long as Captain America Rogers, but the overall situation is similar, and the methods are similar. The only difference is that one is a natural glacier, and the other is an artificial freezer. Obviously, when there is no mission, these Winter Soldiers are frozen, and they will only be activated when they are needed. At the same time, this also indirectly confirms their previous speculation that even for Hydra, it is impossible to mass produce Winter Soldiers. There may be some restrictions, either cost restrictions, personnel restrictions, or technical restrictions. In short, it obviously costs a huge price to produce a batch of finished products, so much so that Hydra is reluctant to let these people die of old age. I think I understand. This is the extremely dangerous elite team under Hydra that Bucky mentioned before, and this Baron Zemo must want to find this elite team and then use this elite team to avenge us. Hawkeye Barton said, because if he relies on his own fighting power, he will not be able to take revenge on us. Even if he splits the Avengers with an open conspiracy, he will not achieve his goal of revenge. Everyone nodded and they understood that Tony Stark, the Iron Man in the picture, really misunderstood Captain America. The super soldiers mentioned by Captain America Rogers were not just lies to protect Bucky. It was true. There really was such a group of super soldiers. In other words, this was the problem they were about to face. The timeline of Colonel Zemo's trouble should be after the destruction of Hydra. If they had to deal with Hydra later, and Hydra accidentally released these Winter Soldiers, that would be a real big trouble. Tony Stark's face was as gloomy as water, because it was obvious that he in another timeline in the picture was going to go to war with Captain America Rogers. The real reason was that Bucky, the Winter Soldier, killed his parents. And whether there was a so-called Hydra super soldier team was actually not important at all. What he wanted was revenge. In the picture, the helicopter was flying in the air, and the sound of the broadcast announcement came from the cabin. This is the control center of the isolated island prison. You can land, Mr. Stark. Then everyone saw a very magnificent, huge modern prison built on the sea, like an isolated island in the sea. Wow, this prison should not be used to lock up ordinary prisoners. Hawkeye Barton said, this prison should be for people like us. If such a high-tech modern prison is used to lock up ordinary mortals, it is not necessary at all, especially in the United States, where prisons are almost a business that is outsourced, and ordinary American poor people are the source of income for prisons. In such a super prison with such high standards can only be a facility specially prepared for superheroes or super criminals like them. But the picture they saw immediately confirmed Hawkeye Barton's guess. As the helicopter landed on the tarmac, Tony Stark walked out of it and met General Ross, who had been waiting here for a long time. Have you received the documents? Let's start the facial recognition scan of this Zemo. Tony Stark couldn't wait to prove Captain America's innocence. He was making up for the mistake he made for not listening to Captain America Rogers' explanation at the time. You made such a big trouble in Leipzig, do you really think I will listen to you? Secretary of State Ross said coldly. You are lucky not to be imprisoned here. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with Tony Stark for not catching Captain America Rogers and even making such a big fuss at the airport. If Tony Stark was not also a member of the bourgeoisie and the ruling class, he would have been imprisoned at this time. In his opinion, the authorities have been very patient with the Avengers. They have not investigated the huge damage they caused, and even the city falling from the sky. Such a big thing is already extremely merciful. And how did the Avengers repay them? Repeated provocations and disobedience. All the basic updates today are sent. Please subscribe and support with monthly tickets. Chapter 175. Iron Man is still tough, even if he is burnt to ashes. Fourth update. 1350 additional updates. The senior officials of the United States, represented by Secretary of State Ross, have completely lost their patience. Tony Stark was furious. As a member of the powerful class, he actually spoke for those superheroes and didn't know his position at all. In their hearts, the so-called supervillains and superheroes are all thorns that emerged from the civilian class. It seems that they are fighting criminals and doing justice, but in their eyes, they have violated the boundaries of official power. If they hadn't had to deal with aliens, gods, vampires, werewolves and other aliens, they would have arrested them long ago. Not to mention that Secretary of State Ross is a hawk among the hawks. A moment later, under the leadership of Secretary of State Ross, Tony Stark came to the control room and saw the superheroes imprisoned in it. They were all superheroes who helped Captain America Rogers. Hawkeye Barton was completely right. This huge prison was built to imprison them. And the faces of the people outside the screen were even more ugly. They are superheroes who are here to protect world peace. Strictly speaking, they have not committed any crimes, nor are they supervillains, but they are treated like this. How can they not be angry? Looking for death. Quicksilver Pietro was furious. As a deep sister control, seeing Wanda being imprisoned in the prison, the anger in his heart suddenly broke out. It kept turning into blue lightning and shuttled through the room. Calm down, Wanda said coldly. Although she asked her brother to calm down, she was also a little angry in her heart. Obviously, she had silently made a note of Secretary Ross. At this time, a burst of applause came from the screen, accompanied by a burst of mocking voices. It was none other than Hawkeye Barton, who was staring at Tony Stark and said sarcastically, "Futurist, gentlemen, the futurist is here. He can see through everything. He knows what is for your good, whether you like it or not." Hawkeye Barton outside the screen also looked at Tony Stark dimly, as if silently accusing something. Tony Stark was also helpless, and then said, "Clint, this is not what I want to see. Besides, you didn't retire properly first, and you betrayed me first, okay?" Although he was deceived in the picture, the problem was that none of them stood on his side, and they all betrayed him. He was not angry yet and asked them to settle accounts, but now they blamed him instead. "Forgive me, Barton." Tony Stark in the picture stepped forward and begged for mercy. "I didn't know they would lock you up here. Don't do this." At this time, in the monitoring room, Secretary of State Ross was monitoring all this. He looked at it with a scrutinizing look and didn't trust these superheroes, even Tony Stark. But Hawkeye Barton didn't appreciate it at all. He was also completely angry, saying, "But obviously Hawkeye Barton didn't buy it." He said coldly, "You know they will lock us up, Tony." "Yes, but not a super prison floating on the sea." Tony Stark shrugged and said, "This is a place for crazy people, not criminals." "Criminals, Tony." Hawkeye Barton stood up and said to Tony Stark, "Is that what you want to say? Right. This word never refers to me, Sam, or Wanda before." Hawkeye Barton looked at Tony Stark, very angry and even a little disappointed. "But we are still locked up. That's because you broke the law." Tony Stark answered righteously. He didn't look back, but he also knew that this place must be monitored, so many things can't be said. "Yes." Hawkeye Barton sneered and turned around. "You know the law, but you still break it." Tony Stark pretended to be indifferent and said. At this time, Hawkeye Barton was too lazy to listen, just muttering in his mouth, "Blah blah 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 blah. Don't listen, don't listen," cuckold chanting. "You are an adult, with a wife and children." Tony Stark said admonishingly without changing his face. "I don't understand why you didn't consider them when you chose the wrong team." Hearing this, Hawkeye Barton finally couldn't help it, stood up and said, "Everyone should be careful of this guy. Maybe he will hurt you behind your back." His wife and children are his soft spot, so he got angry all of a sudden. But Tony Stark didn't care, but passed by Ant-Man Scott's room. When Ant-Man Scott saw him, he immediately said aggressively, "Hank Pym has always said that people in the Stark family can't be trusted. Who are you?" Tony Stark said contemptuously. This sentence made Ant-Man Scott break his defense directly. Tony Stark, who was outside the screen, watched this scene, and the anger in his heart was gradually suppressed. It's not that he was not angry, but he gradually came to his senses now. That is, he couldn't be used as a gun by others. Who is he? Tony Stark, super genius, super playboy, super rich, super scientist, superhero, has so many titles, but he was used as a gun by others, which directly caused the split of the Avengers. Although there are traces in this, including the fact that Bucky the Winter Soldier killed his parents. But when he thought about being used as a gun and becoming a tool for others, a feeling of dissatisfaction occupied his heart. And this feeling of dissatisfaction also made him calm down a little. He must confirm any of his decisions, whether to kill Bucky the Winter Soldier or not, must be made in an absolutely calm state. Otherwise, he might become the Self in another timeline. He, Tony Stark, will never be used as a gun for others. Tony Stark in the picture walked towards Falcon Sam. He knew that Falcon Sam was a good friend of Captain America Rogers. When seeing Tony Stark coming over, Falcon Sam said with a bit of guilt, "How is Rhodes?" When he thought about his good friend War Machine falling from the sky because of him, the guilt in his heart could not be restrained. They didn't have any deep hatred, they were all forced by the situation. Although the teams were different, they were also comrades in arms. He will be sent to Columbia Hospital tomorrow. I hope it helps. Tony Stark said, "What do you need? Did they give you food?" Falcon Sam, with bruises all over his face, turned around and heard this with a bit of sarcasm, and then said, "Are you the good cop now? I just want to know where Steve went." Tony Stark asked seriously, "Then you need to find a good cop." Falcon Sam said disdainfully, "You want me to speak, unless you torture me like Mark Foreman did." But Tony Stark didn't care. Considering the relationship between Falcon Sam and Captain America Rogers, it was impossible to get him to betray Captain America Rogers. So Tony Stark simply used the artificial intelligence on his watch to hack into the monitoring center of the isolated prison system, and then took this opportunity to ask, "I turned off the audio they were monitoring. We have 30 seconds, and then they will find that it is not a problem with the equipment." Seeing this, Falcon Sam also suddenly realized that Tony Stark must want to do something or say something, so he did this. In the monitoring room, General Ross noticed something was wrong and quickly said to the staff, "What did you do? Turn up the sound. Look at this." Tony Stark called up Colonel Zemo's information from his watch. "This is the person who should have interrogated Barnes. Obviously, I was wrong, Sam. I was wrong. It's really the first time." Falcon Sam was a little surprised. He never thought that Tony Stark would bow his head and admit his mistakes one day. Is this still the extremely arrogant Tony Stark he knows? Asking him to bow his head and apologize, you might as well expect the A-share market to soar tomorrow, which is more realistic. If he died and was cremated, his whole body would be burned to ashes, but his mouth would still be stiff. But the more so, the more it proves how sincere Tony Stark is this time. Obviously, he is not asked by someone. Tony Stark outside the screen raised his eyebrows. How come he is a stubborn man? He should, perhaps, 80%, maybe not be so stubborn. If he knows he is wrong, he will still bow his head and admit his mistakes, right? After all, he is still a person who listens to advice. Yes, that's it. There is nothing wrong with it. Captain doesn't know what he will encounter now. Tony Stark in the screen ignored the sarcasm of Falcon Sam because he knew that there was not much time left and he had to hurry up and get down to business. He will need all the help. We don't know each other very well. You don't have to. Falcon Sam thought about it. He believed that, although Tony Stark was a little arrogant and a little foul-mouthed, he was definitely not a bad person. He decided to tell Tony Stark the whereabouts of Captain America Rogers, and then said, "Okay, I can tell you, but you have to go alone, as a friend." Of course. Tony Stark nodded. This was his purpose. The scene changed. Tony Stark got on the return helicopter. He didn't have much time to waste. Behind him, General Ross asked, "Stark, did he tell you the whereabouts of Rogers? More updates are coming. Please subscribe. Please support with monthly tickets." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.